Hello everyone, how are we doing? Sorry if that was a sudden jump. I realized that was just like I just started yelling. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the politics stream. You know me. It's Sophie. I've got my co-host here, that's Jess.
Hello.
There we go. And today we're going to be talking about Bill Gates and the red pill. I'm very excited. I hope everyone else is. Jess, are you excited to talk about Bill Gates and the red pill? Okay.
Definitely. Play the theme song.
Right. The theme song is just some generic YouTube lo-fi. Okay.
Oh, right. Cool. That's awesome.
So
Very trash future.
we've been nice, yeah. We've been doing 3 topics a stream, but this week, for reasons that will become apparent as we progress, I have got one huge topic and one regular-sized topic for us to discuss. So we're going to only be doing the 2 today. Thank you, pronouns. Hey, Marina. Hello. Tony. Jess is in chat as well. Hey, everybody. Good to see you all. Remember to share out the stream on your favorite or your least favorite social media platform, and get more people in here. Get them all hanging out.
Yeah. Go to your Google Plus. Go
Right.
to your MySpace.
Do you remember when Google Plus was invitation only?
Do you remember when Gmail was invitation only?
Fuck. The deep cut. Right. Where are we at now? There we go. Got the lo-fi
Yeah,
down
all
nice
of
and
your
low.
friends on AIM. Let them know that there's a stream
I'm just
happening.
hang on. I'm quickly just messaging my Bebo pals. Right.
Amazing.
So-
Let them all know. Get them all in here. They're gonna be amazed at this platform.
Yeah, it's gonna blow their minds. Actually, they're gonna be like, "Wait, people can get that angry online? Damn, technology really is innovating."
Right.
No one used to get that angry on MySpace. I'm now realizing. That's yeah. The real innovation is just more arguments. I was saying
as
this.
it should be.
Right, right, sure. I was saying this earlier, but like, I did that essay which I read on the first stream, about that was based on the concept of hypnopedia, which is discussed in Brave New World, and what a good metaphor that is for the kind of like cultural junk and bigotry that we absorb up by just like subconsciously listening to books on tape while we sleep. And I was thinking about Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep by Philip K. Dick, and there's this thing in it, which honestly I've forgotten the name of right now. Its name might actually be something box, but I call it like a magic box or whatever, but I don't know if that's actually how it's referred to. But it's like this machine that by like holding onto its handles you project into this sort of hologram, this like mind space where you're experiencing like a religious simulation of this messianic sacrifice, but it's not Jesus, it's their new religion in the future. But you and everyone else can feel everyone else who's experiencing it together. You all feel it together. So it gives you this like illusion of connection, but in a space where you can't really talk to each other, you can't organize, you can't collectivize. And I'm like, of all the fucking things that like sci-fi writers of the past have predicted, this might be one of the best, like, most spot-on predictions of Twitter and the way that technologies are used to like pacify people. Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep is big into like the ideas that Baudrillard discusses of like simulacra and like things being meaningless, like meaningless products that you buy just because they're produced, and they're produced just for you to buy them, this kind of thing.
Wait, so are you sure the box wasn't just an Xbox and the game wasn't just like Rocket League?
I think it's like I think it's like the expression like bread and circuses, right? People want like their most basic needs met, and they want to be entertained, and everything else is just like they don't give a fuck. And so it is also the Xbox. It's a bunch of things. Like, that's the recurring theme throughout the book, is that like Mars is just a colony where a bunch of like slave labor happens. So instead of like exploring the universe and having a cool and dandy time, humanity is just like distracting themselves with illusions and reflections, which is very cyberpunk. It's a very kind of, you know, I mean, because it's the book the book that spawned Blade Runner, so it's a real classic cyberpunk story. Yeah,
Right.
instead
What
of
if-
social and
what if there
technological
was,
progress. Yeah.
What if there was like Terra Nullius out there that we could colonize? What if that was true?
What if there was some kind of new colonialism we could do by inventing new technologies that would allow us to do more colonialism? Anyway, unrelated, let's talk about Bill Gates. So, there's a joke just for me because I know what's coming up. So, let's start by talking about how Bill Gates wants to black out the sun. It's what a positive start. So I'm sure, unless you've been really, really living under a rock, but I try and aim the progressions of these streams to be for people who are... I'm going to start with, like, if you've been living under a rock and then get a little bit more broad, right? I assume even the most under a rock person saw this tweet this week, right? Bill Gates' next venture will try to spray dust into the atmosphere to block the sun. This technology would trigger a global cooling effect. And then the same account, Rap TV, also replied to themselves, "Y'all rocking with being in the dark?" Jess, you rocking with being in the dark? Do you
I'm
want to be in
confused by the question.
You want to be in the dark?
Confused by the question.
Just darkness, just darker world, dark timeline.
Like, all
This
the
is
time,
this is
or-
truly the dark timeline. We just like it started off metaphorically and tonally dark, and now we're just literally going to be there's just literally going to be less sun.
Oh, very cool. Well, that's good to know. Like, I was a little bit worried that I would have to deal with the effects of the sun.
Well,
Uh,
I am very pale skinned, and I get
Me too.
very bad sunburn. My girlfriend's bought me a really nice smelling sun cream as like that was like a birthday present, because like she's like, I hate seeing you get sunburn, so I want to get you like a nice sun cream so you definitely always remember to put it on. I've also just gotten like foundation that has an SPF factor, like a high SPF factor in it, stuff like this. So you know, Bill Gates is really just looking out for whiteys like me. That's the thing. That's what you got to appreciate. He's just trying to make an easier world where I'm going to get less sunburns.
yeah, that's really considerate of him.
Yeah, it's nice. It's like he's putting my high SPF foundation on the planet, on the whole world.
That's very considerate. The planet didn't have sunscreen
Yeah, right.
before.
Yeah. I like the two pictures they've used. One is just like a time lapse of the sun in the sky, and one is some polar bears on that shrinking ice. Oh,
one is
Ooh.
like, cherish this while you have it, and the other one is like, don't worry about these boys, we'll save them.
It's really giving you a choice: the red pill or the blue pill.
Exactly. That's some foreshadowing.
It's a really strange stream I've got set up today because I try and link topics in a more genuine way, but these two topics that I have today, Bill Gates and the red pill, just have a lot of superficial links. It's really not like Bill Gates is going to go black out the sky like they did in The Matrix to stop the machines. But yeah, no, they don't have... Well, I suppose the most subject matter heavy link that the two topics we have today is self-importance and smugness. Because Bill Gates has decided he's going to save the world, and that's pretty fucking self-important. And then the red pill, we'll see. It's a lot to do with that. So, did people in chat see this? Replies are full of HARP conspiracy. Nice. I remember HARP. I remember my friend in high school being really into HARP conspiracy theory. Do you know HARP, Jess?
No. Is that like a boy band or something?
No, it's a governmental program that conspiracy theorists believe is going to control the weather, cause natural disasters, and be used to manufacture disasters and control in order to there's like an experimental research facility which is looking into climate control as a possibility, and since like 2000, earlier honestly, like since very early internet, there's been conspiracy theories about the sinister implications of this.
I mean, the implications of that are sinister.
The implications of that can be sinister.
The fact that we need to study the way in which our planet is dying is, in fact, very sinister.
I mean, yes. Yeah. Okay. The progression of human technology in many ways links to climate control, right? We build shelter around ourselves, and that protects us from the elements and protects us from the climate, right? The effect of human beings on the earth has had massive effects on the climate. There used to be megafauna. For example, in Australia, there were enormous sloths. If you've ever looked at an avocado and wondered why the rock inside is so fucking big, it's because you know how fruits are supposed to be eaten and then the seeds get shit out? Well, you're looking at something that's meant to be eaten by something really big that has a really big butthole. Only that creature doesn't exist anymore. Because we, as a species, love to burn down forests. It's like our favorite thing. If there's like a Latin for burning down forests, maybe we should rename Homo sapiens after that. Homo Pyrrholtus. I don't have this word. Anyway. Should we start with someone? Well, okay, so I've got a couple of articles. I've got one article, and then we're going to broaden our awareness a little bit of Bill Gates. But for now, Bill Gates is the rich computer guy who wants to block out the sun with chemicals. What reaction would you like to hear about from that? Would you like to hear someone saying, "No, that's a bad idea. Don't do that, Bill"? Would you like to hear someone saying, "No, Bill Gates fully isn't doing that"? Would you like to hear someone saying,
I want to hear someone saying, not only is that a good idea, we should do it like double what he suggested.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jess, I haven't quite got what you're asking for, but I have got someone who is at first denying that that's what Bill Gates is doing, but then it takes a bit of a turn. This is a Medium article. Following on our theme of self-superiority and smugness, we've got a Medium article to start off the day. That's my dig at Medium. my bitterness as a YouTuber. This person, Joe Duncan, starts off with explaining what people have gotten wrong in reporting this story, and then goes on to talk about why it's actually a really good idea.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
I'm in for the second half.
Okay. So, no, a Bill Gates venture doesn't aim to spray dust into the atmosphere to block the sun. Beware the anti-science lurking behind clickbait headlines. Now, that is valid. That is valid. As someone in chat already said, the replies were full of conspiracy theorists. There are people who, think that Bill Gates is part of a globalist conspiracy to control the weather and subjugate us all. There are people, because Bill Gates champions vaccines, there are a whole bunch of like anti-vaxxers who think that Bill Gates' champion of vaccines is a Jewish conspiracy, even though he himself is not Jewish or a conspiracy. Anyway, so Bill Gates has been in the media a lot these days. There it is. When you're a billionaire, you'll draw the ire of some, because being a billionaire is morally indefensible. When you're a philanthropist, you'll draw the ire of others. When you're a corporation that's loosely tied to either of things, and a man named Bill Gates, you'll probably get it worst of all. That is fair. Like, poor Bill Gates. Wow.
The pedantry.
Poor baby.
The dust atmosphere pedantist is
I
upset.
I hope we're all feeling really sorry for Bill Gates. He's so unfairly maligned.
Yeah, I'm
So
just
many
upset that there's
people-
a typo in this article.
So many people. Oh, you're feeling sorry for the writer because I'm being so mean.
No, I'm being very harsh on the writer because they're being very pedantic about the technicalities of spraying dust into the atmosphere, but yet their
Right.
article has a typo in it.
Yeah, as we all know, Bill Gates is like so widely despised by so many people, and actually he's really great, and everyone overlooks the things that are good about. Wait a second, it's the opposite way around. What the fuck am I talking about? Okay. But there it was in my newsfeed today. I'm talking about an article from Forbes titled "Bill Gates Venture Aims to Spray Dust into the Atmosphere to Block the Sun. Whatever Could Go Wrong," which is a good title. Like, whatever could go wrong? It seems like Forbes decided to use the good old-fashioned clickbait method to spread their article. Fearmonger for clicks, drum up the conspiracy theorist in all of us, and make your money on the onslaught of people flooding to your website to see how a mega-billionaire philanthropist is going to destroy the world. I, today, will not be arguing Bill Gates is trying to destroy the world.
Right, the world's gonna be just fine. It'll just drive to Zion.
This section here is titled "Bill Gates Wants to Save the World," and by the world, he means capitalism. Although I could amend that to say, but he doesn't get that. There we go. I've appropriately titled the section we're currently on. Bill Gates wants to save the world, and by the world, he means capitalism, but he doesn't get that. Okay. Setting aside the title for a second, let's talk about the fact that the contents of the article didn't even reflect what the headline said. Geoengineering is a touchy subject for very understandable reasons. Geoengineering refers to a broad spectrum of solutions proposed where, as a last-ditch effort to control climate change, humanity may be forced to alter the environment in ways that can preserve the life on the planet. No matter how much deniers... By the way, this is getting ahead of myself, but Bill Gates does not talk about preserving life on the planet. He talks about humans. It does seem quite like he's already given up on animals. It's a minor thing. It's just a minor note from what I'll go into later, but it doesn't seem like he's particularly fond of animals. He's just kind of like, yeah, well, we got to do what we can to save the humans. Fuck these polar bears. Fuck them. Right.
Aw, but those polar bears are so cute.
Right, exactly.
Oh well.
No matter how much deniers want to bury their heads in the sand, the climate crisis isn't going away on its own, and the warming planet will continue to wreak havoc on crops, wildlife habitats, and the human race. Entire ecosystems will eventually be upended and whole local climates forever changed. These are the stakes at hand. As the story rightly reported, many in the science communities and universities are looking into the various technologies that could reverse the damage done to the climate once the damage has been done. At a certain point, there will be no turning back. One such technology that scientists are exploring is the stratospheric controlled perturbation experiment. This is an ongoing set of experiments that uses... This is where it gets kind of funny. This is an ongoing set of experiments that uses computer models to explore the idea of putting aerosols into the air to deflect the sun's rays and thus cool the planet. The first pillar of this guy's argument, of Joe's argument, is that then they're not doing it right now. They're just modeling it for when they do it later.
Well, the article says doesn't aim to spray dust.
Right.
So it's like, no, we're not aiming to shoot people with guns in the military.
Right.
We're just teaching people how to.
Right. We're not. Yeah. Exactly. That's very apt. That's a very apt. Or honestly, more apt could be, I'm not aiming to shoot anyone. I've just created a well-stocked armory in my Armageddon bunker. I would rather it didn't happen, but I've got the shotgun in case I need to guard my store from looters, you know.
Right, I've drawn it. I'm sitting on the roof, like... Look, I'm not aiming to.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, it's using computer models to explore the idea. I'll repeat that. It's done using computer models, not by aiming to spray actual aerosols into the atmosphere. While this wouldn't be a great first line of defense, as a last-ditch effort to save the planet, supposing climate change became a runaway problem that was far worse than anticipated, it would be another tool in a whole toolbox that we could later employ, supposing we needed it.
Hold on, sorry, what? Supposing? What are we... What's...
Hypothetically, Jess. Hypothetically, if climate change was a serious problem.
I'm...
Huh? What?
Supposing...
This is just a hypothetical.
Became a run... Yeah.
Joe's just made a cool hypothetical for us to consider.
No, yeah, well, here's hoping it doesn't become a runaway problem that becomes far worse than anticipated.
October Oddity in chat says, I swear to Marks this was a Futurama episode. It's funnier than that. This was a Simpsons episode. They didn't even need to do this in the sci-fi show. They did this in the fuck. Alright. From inside the Forbes article itself, Microsoft's billionaire founder Bill Gates is financially backing the development of sun-dimming technology that would potentially reflect sunlight out of Earth's atmosphere, triggering a global cooling effect. The stratospheric controlled perturbation experiment, SCOPEX, fucking nerds, launched by Harvard University scientists, aims to examine this solution by spraying non-toxic calcium carbonate CaCO3 dust into the atmosphere, a sun-reflecting aerosol that may offset the effects of global warming. And scientists eventually want to use a balloon to release somewhere between 100 grams and 2 kilograms of CaCO3 dust into the atmosphere to see how the particles interact with one another. As in, someday, long down the road, if needed, and once the tests with all the equipment go well, and once the permits and papers are granted to them... This person's argument in saying no, Bill Gates does not want to do this is saying they will do it, just not right now, and it will be a good thing.
Here's the thought experiment. What happens if you replace the word want with the word aim?
Yeah, like imagining in a hypothetical universe that want and aim are synonyms. Now, of course, they're opposite words. You know, one is very hypothetical.
Right. One involves computer numbers and models.
There's a thing that's so funny, like with the gun allegory, okay? Aiming and shooting the gun are different things. And it isn't it isn't unfair to say Bill Gates, the venture that Bill Gates is backing is aiming to do this. Like, you can aim a gun and then stop aiming the gun. Like,
Right.
the defense that they're issuing in this article is that it might not happen. But it's like, you can aim to do something and then stop. If they have all the proper paperwork, that means it's a good idea. Liberals. Liberals, liberals, liberals. All right. From the paper referenced by the Forbes article itself, why are they saying itself? That's such a strange... So here they've said from the inside of the Forbes... this is nitpicky as hell. Just humor me. From inside the Forbes article itself, and then from the paper referenced by the Forbes article itself. That's so clunky. Anyway, a platform test is needed before the science experiment because ScopeX will use a new flight platform that has not flown before, called a hot air balloon. Didn't he say that? Oh, okay. In other words, there are significant technical challenges in developing it as an operational vehicle independent. Okay. Oh, there's an engineering aspect to this. God. What? Okay.
Are we sure this isn't a practical joke?
Bill Gates' investment or this article?
No, the investment, because like that program was named as if it was in the sarcastic text. Like, go Pex.
It's not an actual academic acronym. It's SpongeBob text.
Yeah, exactly.
Can someone make
we
me
ruled
this
this
meme?
out?
I find this delightful. Can someone make me this meme that just says, it's got the SpongeBob doing the face and it just says ScopeX? Anyway, I don't think we need to carry on too much further with this guy. Look, let's get real for a second. Bill Gates has put money backing this research. Should we be worried Bill Gates is going to undemocratically launch dust into the atmosphere to cool the planet by blocking the sun? No, basically. We should be worried that, say, America might at some point. But again, the worry, it's to some degree it is as this person says. If it were considered the best solution by the experts of the day at a certain point, like, whatever. As luck would have it, there's a much better solution that we could implement right now that would solve climate change altogether. And it's called communism.
No.
So, Bill Gates has put funding behind this. I find it funny
Communism?
to... If only! That is what is so frustrating that we'll go over today. It's fun to mock this article a little bit because they started by saying, no, he's not doing that, but he is doing that, and they think it's a good idea. But I'm not mocking them thinking it's a good idea because, again, like, push comes to shove, it's just as terrible as any other technological solution rather than a systemic change. The fact is, our planet, our global capitalism on our planet produces far more than the world can handle. It wastes an enormous amount, like a third of food, like far more than there are people hungry, there is food waste. Far more than there are people homeless. There are empty houses, far more than there are people thirsty. There is like water infrastructure that either could be implemented but is being withheld because it's a poor area that a company does not want to invest in, or even worse, and this is honestly a much more commonplace thing, the infrastructure has been implemented and the water companies simply will not give people water, the most common, abundant thing on this planet. Sophie said the C word sexily. It's a supercut of me saying communism on this stream. Production is the issue. Currently, we are massively overproducing, and if we switched to a model that sought to provide only as much as people need and provide directly to them, we would curb our carbon emissions in time. And that's not to say in time to cause no effects, because effects are already happening. That's just to say in time to prevent the absolutely worst catastrophic effects of climate change. One note that we're going to need to understand before we go forward is that climate change is not, as most people would understand it, the end of the world. There's an understanding of climate change. What?
Earlier you said that if we did all of that, whatever, like, communism stuff, that climate change wouldn't be stopped, it would just be curbed over time.
Uh-huh.
But I thought that it was still out as to whether or not that climate change had become a runaway problem.
Oh, that's a good point. I should go back to Joe Duncan's article, actually. Yeah. Climate change may or may not become a runaway problem. Thank you for picking me up on that, Jess. It's a very important note.
Right. Well, I just wanted to make sure that the Medium article was given the proper deference that it deserves. Okay,
so an important note that we'll need to understand going forward, that a lot of people, and I don't mean in political discourse, but I mean the broader public, and this explains a lot of both climate denial and climate apathy, because that's the biggest problem. It's just apathy regarding the situation. A lot of people find the notion of the world ending just so incredibly abstract that you're telling them the world's going to end with climate change. They don't care, because they can't care, because it's like you telling them there's a meteorite coming, right? They don't feel they have enough power in their own lives to affect something like that. So either the government will find a way to shoot the meteorite, or they won't, and we'll die. And that's the situation with climate change. The actual reality is that the future we're looking at is a lot more Mad Max-esque. But again, not quite. It's Mad Max-esque in the poorest parts of the world, and the parts of the world that will be affected most by climate change. We talk sometimes about the coming water wars, right? The future water wars that are going to come, and we, like white people in the Imperial Core, mostly shouldn't talk about that in that way, because it's mostly not going to hit us. The places where there's going to be like wars over water as a resource are going to be places that experience like massive severe droughts, yes, but it's not simply climate science based. It's based on politics, it's based on infrastructure, it's based on capitalism. In India, there are places where water is charged like fucking cable TV, or your most expensive like broadband packages in parts of the US. Like there are places in India where water is enormously price gouged because the privatized neoliberal market has companies have such a monopoly, and there's no regulation by governments telling them, hey, this is a fucking thing people basically need, that they can just do whatever the fuck they want. It's pretty fucked up. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I just remembered a video that I saw the other day that it explained some of like a specific political issue in India. I was gonna try and apply it, but it's probably 210 US anyway. I'm going off on a tangent. Tony says, also, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. That will apply, but we'll come back around to that. There are places in India where like the price gouging, and it's the poorest places. If you live in richer places, the companies charge a normal price for water. Again, I'm saying the words normal price for water as if that's a reasonable thing at all. Like, again, it's the most abundant thing on the fucking planet. Like, this is just infrastructure that should be public and free. Like, it should be nationalized in every nation, only ideally there shouldn't be nations. It should just be a public free resource. So again, where we talk about like water wars or whatever, that's not our reality. It's not likely to become our reality as white people and people in the Western imperial core. Now, Australia, again, which is like Australians made Mad Max, and it's where the first Mad Max, at least, is set. They do a kind of deliberate, like, weird, non-specific geography in later ones, but it's all still technically Australia. But, like, you know, Australia is somewhere that would get hit really badly. But as a richer nation, right, it's somewhere where they could afford to do things about that problem. Right? This is where the problem of global capitalism really starts to like rear its ugly head. You got places like Australia that are already incredibly dry and experience massive droughts, but their government have some money, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm trying to drive at a point, which is that our picture of the future doesn't look quite like the sea levels rise by 10 feet. Florida is totally wiped off the map, necessarily, right? But even if it does, the most likely future... Oh, communism, lol, is now following. The most likely future we're looking at in that regard is one where people in white, Western, imperial core, as I've been saying, these people live under governments that implement somewhat socialistic, perhaps social democracies, okay? Some things are free, some things are provided. It's an extrapolation of that same thing I'm describing in India, right? Where people in the poorest places have massive price gouges, and you're talking about like $1,000 kind of bill for water, right? In a month or something, just absurd prices. Whereas in the richer parts, it's much, much cheaper. It's the same exact thing, but like taken to its extreme, where likely you're looking at places like Europe, Scandinavia, the US, Canada, getting some nationalized services, some massively subsidized services, and these things mostly free or very, very cheap, and then by contrast other places where they're like just wiped the fuck out. Texas is a good example of the way that the US specifically is a more complicated example. That's right. Like Texas is a good example of the way that, like, because America is 50 countries pretending to be one country, like southern states, drier states, and frankly Republican states, but I don't mean to mirror like really shitty rhetoric from liberals. Like Democrats are no better, but like it is also a factor. Republican states as well are places that like are more likely to face these consequences, right? Wow, that sucks so much. 50 countries in a trench coat. Yeah, that is the US. Right, are we all following along so far?
Pretty bad.
Right, that does all sound pretty bad. Now,
I mean, that's kind of my take on it, but Bill Gates said that he'd fix it.
Yeah, so we're getting around to Bill Gates. I just want to prep us all to understand a little bit of futurology going on here. Do you know there are people who are called futurologists, like as a job, like you hire them and their job is futurologist, and they're meant to be like
What do they do?
It's a sort of jack of all trades guy who's like an academic, but like only understands like hypothetically enough of each area to say what the future will probably look like. It's just like it's a very, very liberal field. Anyway.
Okay, that's good.
Well, of course it is, because firstly, again, it's only understanding enough of each academic field to predict how things currently look like they're going, and it's also like definitely not one of those fields is Marxism. Like that's inconceivable. It would not be.
Right. I was worried that it was going to tie into the later topic, and you'd just be hiring Nick Land to tell you about the future.
And now, special guest. I'm booting you off, Jess. I've got a new co-host.
If you can get Nick Land on, then by all means, like, get me out of here.
If anyone in chat knows Nick Land, and you can get him in the next, 4 hours, do it.
Yeah. Happy to give up my spot for that.
To watch me publicly debate and get owned by Nick Land. I'm trying to paint a picture of the future that is most likely based on our current trajectory. And it's something that I try to drive at a lot when I talk about international politics, because it's something that, crucially, a lot of people don't quite grasp, okay? And it's a really interesting, complex, and challenging revolutionary struggle. Because if we commit hard to reform in richer countries, my country, Jess's country, right? We could end up with social democracy relatively easily, right? You're talking about social progressivism, you're talking about nationalized infrastructure, you're talking about social progress, things like, trans rights, things like legalized cannabis. And again, that's another example of where the US is 50 countries in a trench coat, so it's in some places this is happening, in other places it's not. You could end up with social democracy. But those richer countries' role in the world as they currently exist already sit on the back of massive exploitation of other poorer countries. And if you're not dealing with massive international communist revolution, and also you're committing to radical reform in these countries as opposed to actual revolutionary power, parallel power, all these sorts of things, then yeah, you're looking at people, you're looking at these richer countries existing on the back of way more horrific exploitation of these poorer countries that are, again, experiencing the worst effects of climate change. That's all going to be really, really relevant coming up. Because coming up, we're going to be talking about Bill Gates' new book. I promised I'd be talking a little more like it. I'm broadening people's awareness. We're starting off, if you've just been living under a rock and you've only seen that tweet about how he's going to block out the sun. Bill Gates has actually just written a new book. Do you want some goss? Do you want some gossip?
Oh, you got some hot goss?
I got some hot goss. I know someone who knows Bill Gates.
Oh my god.
Jess and I and a few other people have a friend in common whose family is fairly well off. They know Bill Gates. Staying anonymous, but they say he's a total asshole. They say Melinda Gates is the only nice rich person they've ever met. The goss is this book, which is called How to Avoid a Climate Catastrophe, was originally going to be a memoir. And then he realized that there wasn't any current topical appeal for that and changed it to be about climate change. So throughout all of the following stuff, and if you read the book yourself, bear in mind that he was not so committed to this issue, so desperately committed to this issue that he just felt compelled to write a book. He was writing a memoir, and then he was like, "This isn't gonna sell," and he wrote a climate change book instead. It actually shows up when you're reading the book. So I've read the book in preparation for this stream, for those who don't know, and it shows up as you're reading the book, where he just keeps referencing little things from his life. It's not like overwhelming, but you can slightly tell there's like the bones of a memoir like peeking through in places. It's very funny.
Oh, nice. Does he just go into like random, just like diversions into like
he ties them in fairly well, but he'll be in the middle of doing a math problem about how climate change is going to affect the United States, and he'll be like, let's take New Mexico, for example. I have a certain fondness for New Mexico because that's where Paul Allen and I founded Microsoft back in blah, 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 blah. Originally, we titled it Micro-S Soft. What were we thinking? Later, we made the good decision to change it to be all one word and a lowercase s.
It's literally just like Grandpa Simpson. Back in those days, it was...
Old man shoots dust into cloud. Okay, so this article is called Bill Gates, Carbon Neutrality in a Decade is a Fairy Tale. Why Peddle Fantasies? Now, I'll be real. I had a little bit of a challenging discussion with my mom yesterday, where I was trying to explain the ways in which I find this book really frustrating, and she found this upsetting because she felt that I'm trying to like crucify Bill Gates, and I'm not. I don't want anyone to think I don't want anyone to think that my mum is watching. She's not watching. You can say fucking bugger. That's fine. But I do want to appeal to some things in the same mindset and get across that I am not trying to call Bill Gates a terrible person, except for being a billionaire, which is morally indefensible. Other than that, like, if someone with a gun to my head is like, billionaires have to exist, I'm like, Bill Gates is doing some good things with the role of billionaire. However, being a billionaire is morally indefensible, and no one can earn $1 billion. Like, this is one for another day, but like, you can't earn $1 billion. You can't. There's no moral way to get $1 billion. That is stealing money from a lot of people. What I'd like to get across today about Bill Gates is the way that he, in some places, is very, very smart and is getting and has learned a lot of climate science, and then continually, frustratingly, just won't get the simplest solution, which again is communism.
Right. Well, it's probably, yeah, just the way that he's thinking about this issue just precludes that as an option for him.
Well, we'll get into that. So I've got a lot of notes. Where this section is leading is that I've got a lot of notes about Gates's book as I've been reading it, and I'll go through them and bug Jess with them, and you can all you can all enjoy that. And Jess can be bored to tears.
Right. Oh, awesome. I get to cry today?
Yeah, it's going to be very cathartic.
Awesome. Can't wait for that.
So the title is Bill Gates' Carbon Neutrality in a Decade is a Fairy Tale. Why Peddle Fantasies? This is a just very common liberal thing, okay? And it's part of how it's a perfect case study of how ideology can create things that work almost as if the ideology itself were alive and were expressing its intent, right? Like, it can be this on the fucking nose without any individual actually meaning it that way themselves. And that's something that's going to come up again with Bill Gates. It's about an ideology that's all around you, neoliberal free market capitalism, that you can't see as there, which shapes your actions and makes you do things. And if you imagined neoliberal free market capitalism as a person, okay, it has a huge vested interest in telling us any solution that could fix climate change that quickly would be a fairy tale, because it knows that the solutions that can fix climate change in that short time are other ideologies and the death of it itself as an ideology, right? It's like if you anthropomorphize the ideology in this way, its intentions are very clear. But I'm not trying to put those intentions on Bill Gates. He himself is not necessarily like thinking so consciously like this. In fact, as I said, the title of our section here is Bill Gates wants to save the world, and by the world, he means capitalism, but he doesn't get that.
Wait, so if we are just like making neoliberal capitalism as a person, what I'm imagining is like the Taiwanese like disease posters that they just made into people, or didn't that like Tokyo made?
Oh, they made Corona
characters for the countries for the Olympics, I think. So like,
what I'm picturing, frankly, what I'm picturing is I am picturing the architect from the end of The Matrix Reloaded. Very clearly, I'm picturing an old man with a big white beard in a white screens. I think that's the best possible. And that man is Ronald Reagan also. Okay. After putting $100 million into COVID research, the billionaire is taking on the climate crisis. And first, he has some bones to pick with his fellow campaigners. So this is where we're going to get really frustrating to begin with. You always got to come in close to the mic. That's
This is Bill Gates.
Uh-huh.
There are so many hundreds of thousands of people dying right now.
Yep.
$100 million?
What's your point?
That's literally piss.
What?
That's.
What's your point?
That's him donating piss water.
Oh.
He's one of the richest people on the planet.
So you're saying that he is in some way like disingenuous?
Yes.
Like almost like as if his book that he's written about this, was he wanted to write a book already, but then he just sort of like flippantly just like he knew that climate change would like sell the book. Is that what you're like? That kind of like it's almost like a marketing opportunity.
Kind of like maybe it like benefits his like ego and image more than like any actual cause that he claims to care about. Yeah,
that's fascinating. Yeah. That's all fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
What? If he gave away too much money, he wouldn't be a billionaire anymore.
That's a good point.
What?
That's a good point.
Like, can you think about that for a second, please? About why you can't do that.
Coralingus in chat has said he's going to piss on the world to stop climate change. I'll be real here. The adage that rich people wouldn't piss on you to put out a fire if you were on fire. Bill Gates would not piss on the world if it would stop climate change. We'll get into it anyway. Read an exclusive extract from Gates' new book. Don't worry, fam. I got you fucking covered. I've read the whole book, and it's going to be digested through me. It's here in my belly, and I'm digesting it. And this is becoming like a weird vor thing. I don't like this. Someone's into this. I don't. If you're in chat and you're into this, say so I can ban you. Right.
And then private message you a link to the private only. Yeah.
The private stream that's happening after this.
Yeah.
Where we discuss the real theory with Nick Land. Bill Gates appears via video conference, Microsoft Teams, not Zoom, obviously. Haha! From his office in Seattle, a large space with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Lake Washington. It's a gloomy day outside, and Gates is... Sorry, also, our mutual friend who will remain anonymous, once beat Bill Gates' kids in a horse ride, in a horse race, and Bill Gates' kids have never forgiven them and have just like been shitty to them ever since. Anyway, So it's a gloomy day outside, and Gates is somewhat eccentrically positioned a long way from the camera behind a large kidney-shaped desk. His communications manager sits off to one side. If one had to stage, for the purposes of symbolism, a tableau of a man for whom a distance of 3,000 miles between callers still constitutes too intimate a setting, it might be this. Is anyone else picturing Ozymandias from Watchmen? It's just like, what the fuck? See, he just sits really weirdly far from the camera. He's like, no. Anyway.
Right. Well, it's important to create like that visual metaphorical distance
between you and the pause.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Bar humbug, etc. Oh, I've got Nat's name and pronouns up. Thanks for reminding me. Okay. Something's wrong with Streamlabs. What's going on? This is very annoying. Okay, it's done now. I will change it to say Jess instead of Natalie, and then we will be dandy.
Whoa. Alright, cool. I was starting to like become Natalie.
Oh. That's nuts.
Yeah, I
Did you start fermenting beans around the house?
Yeah, I've got some beans that just compulsively.
Okay. There is an urge towards defense when speaking to Gates, which attends few other people of commensurate fame. Celebrity is one thing, but wealth, true former richest man in the world, wealth. Everyone always remember, Bill Gates isn't the richest man because he gave away so much money to charity. He's such a nice guy. Is something else entirely. One has a sense of being granted an audience with the great man, a fact made more surreal by his famously muted persona. The 65-year-old has the lofty, mildly long-suffering air of a man accustomed to being the smartest guy in the room, leavened by wry amusement and interrupted on the... Sorry, I'm going to be fucking sick. So this is something that's like absolutely devastatingly irritating about like craven liberalism like this shit, is that they love the idea that the people who are in charge are really smart. That's what's so upsetting to them about Donald Trump. Donald Trump was a violation of their worldview and a crime against the moral world they believe they existed in, the meritocracy they believe they existed in, because in that world, the smartest people succeed. And Donald Trump is so patently and obviously a grifter and not a smart man that it upset liberals to no fucking end, but so many of them still couldn't resolve what was wrong, which was that they believe smart people run the world. This is the same issue as believing that, Hillary Clinton is someone who you should listen to and read her book. Tony Blair, Alistair Campbell, right? Fucking George Bush. If George Bush, would put out a book. Like, these people, right? This revisionism of history when at the time you're, like, critical of the person, but as soon as they fucking leave office, right, you just remember them as having done a fairly good job overall. And, like, oh, they must be pretty good. And you all read a book by that person. Coming to respect Thatcher over time. Shit like this. Just awful. Where you won't read Marx. Like, just to be clear with liberals, okay? Where you won't read Marx, and then you will criticize people on the grounds of, like, that they need to be open to different arenas of thought. They need to be open to conservative ideas, basically. And it's just like, why? Are you open to leftist ideas? Be open to fucking leftist ideas. Don't just be open to what Bill Gates tells you. Bill Gates is never going to tell you why Bill Gates is terrible. That's the crucial thing. I mean, he's not going to tell you honestly, but if you read between the lines... We'll get to that later. There's a lot in the book that we're going to get to later. Anyway, I'm looking forward. It's going to be a delightful time. Jess, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, it is. I was having the same reaction you were,
right,
to having read that, which is just, oh my god, like they actually think that, like, this person who like has $1 billion is 1,000,000,000 times better than a person who has like $1. Like they totally just actually buy into this like meritocracy of like wealth accumulation. It's really distressing.
Stephen Jay Gould once said, "I am somehow less interested in the weight and convolutions of Einstein's brain than the certainty that there have been Einsteins who have lived and died in sweatshops and farm fields, in cotton fields." This belief that somehow like everyone can be born with a completely randomized latent ability, and then the beautiful meritocracy will rate them according to their capacity and their aptitude, because it's a good system that rewards being good at stuff. The word meritocracy, like the concept of the meritocracy, was put forth as satire, like it was a book written about an idea, like a world that ran on a meritocracy, to show how absurd and ridiculous that concept would be, right? A world in which a child is doing better in school, so because they're succeeding, you give them more resources, right? That's the way a meritocracy, in theory, functions, and it's inherently like eugenicist. It's horrible. Anyway, Marx is outdated. Why would anyone read him? Now please, here is Adam Smith and Kant. Yeah, exactly, this kind of thing. I mean, also, like, there are so many contemporary people you could read who are also very well respected as very intelligent, right? But for some reason, I mean, this is a thing that I was saying to a friend recently. A lot of the smartest people you've ever heard of, or the people who are revered in the mainstream and in liberal society, were communists. That part just gets left off, right? So Albert fucking Einstein, by many thought of as a shorthand for being intelligent, and by some thought of as the smartest man who ever lived, was a communist, right? And a virulent, like, de-armament and world peace campaigner. Okay, he fled Germany during the rise of Nazism. Like, the guy was at first an anti-fascist, anti-war, and ultimately he was a communist, and yet the meritocracy did not reward his clever ideas by implementing world communism. So maybe there's a little bit more ideology going on here than simply the good, smart people being in charge. Okay. Let's skip forward a little bit. Unlike the Elon Musks or Larry Ellisons of this world, however, Gates is perceived to be sensible, uxorious, modest, vowing not to ruin his children with boundless inheritance, or to his children have held a grudge against my friend for losing after losing a horse race to them for the rest of their fucking life. These are the children that Bill Gates isn't going to ruin by giving them a big inheritance. Or to waste energy trying to send things to Mars. Oh, wait, yeah, right. What was that, Jess?
I said right, yeah. It sounds like yeah, that sounds good.
So it's, again, this is one of these places where Bill Gates is like cottoning on to the start of a good idea, okay, and then he just doesn't quite follow through because there's something else is kind of holding him back there. And spoiler alert, before we get there, it's class interests. Big spoiler, it's class interests.
Oh no.
So that is a perfect example, once again, where he is cottoning onto a good idea that we can also kind of see with common sense actually makes sense, right? Which is that people, given huge inheritances, like people who are born into tons of money and never have to worry about anything, have a very obvious path of least resistance to be a shitty person. And it actually takes you know, a few pretty earth-shattering things, right, can get through to that person once they've already got like those material benefits. I mean, like, one of them, for example, would be, Bill Gates's kid grows up, turns out to be gay or trans, right, and taps into the struggle of those people. But then you can still see class interests in a lot of cases hold people back. Like, this is just something that like can get through to them, but it requires a huge overlap of circumstances for someone to be born into so much, right, and then for them to not turn out a freak. He's cottoned on to a good idea, right, which is that while people deserve to not have to worry about stuff, so he's giving his kids enough to not have to worry about stuff, and he's giving them inheritances enough to not have to worry about stuff, okay? So he's cottoned on to people deserve to not have to worry about stuff, but they shouldn't be given more money than they could possibly spend in a lifetime. He's cottoned on to that, right? He's good. Do you see? Like, this is a well-known thing about Bill Gates, right? He won't give his kids this big inheritance. He's cottoned on to that, but he doesn't quite go the whole way, which would be communism, right? Like, again, that would be communism, right? Like, if everyone in the world had enough to be comfortable and not have to worry, okay, and able to achieve things, and able to find spiritual satisfaction, and like a job that was good, and interests, and as Marx and Engels put it, to be, I can never remember which things they list, but practice violin in the morning, cook their lunch at lunchtime, and woodwork in the afternoon without ever becoming a violinist, a chef, or a carpenter, right? This kind of stuff, like, to give people that freedom would be communism on a global scale, but he doesn't quite get that, and again, it's because of class interests. Okay.
Well, are we sure that he just, he hasn't bought into the propaganda himself and doesn't believe, like, that his children should also just become billionaires on their own merit?
I am very sure that a big part of it is that. Like, I'm very sure that a big part of it is that he is imagining a future where his kids become billionaires, and he wants it to be off their own backs, off their own hard work, which, again, you cannot work hard enough to earn $1 billion. That's bullshit. That is just fucking bullshit. All right.
Right.
What's the calculation again? It's like 1 million... Right, like 1 million seconds would be like 300 hours. What's that into, like... It's like the middle of last week, right? And then like 1 billion seconds is like... just trying to figure this one out. It's like 10,000 days, which would be 3 years ago, right? Like 1 million seconds is like the middle of last week, and then 1 billion seconds is 3 years ago, right? That's the difference of scale we're talking about with a billionaire compared to a millionaire, right? This kind of thing. You can't earn $1 billion. It's so fucking absurd. Oh, someone's saying it's 30 years. Wow, yeah, okay, even more fucking extreme. Even more extreme. Right, I had it wrong. There you go.
Yeah, I was just because like I don't know Bill Gates, but I do know, like, I'm not nearly.
That sounds like cover. That sounds
like
that makes it sound like Jess is the person who knows Bill Gates, who I've been alluding to, and she's just like trying to cover it now.
I don't know Bill Gates.
Yeah, I don't know Bill Gates either.
Interactions with very wealthy people, and from my interactions, it's like 100% that they completely buy into their own propaganda of they are just like they completely earned all of it, and they want the same thing for their kids.
Right. Yeah, totally. I mean, a lot of people think this comes from a superiority complex. I think in some ways it comes from an inferiority complex. Like, someone looks at their own life and they think, I must be normal, right? I must be just a simple, normal human being. And they are. They just can't see the system that has benefited them, you know? And that's the thing that I feel
absolutely.
is like... So you look at yourself, you must be a normal, simple human being. You can't be godly. You can't have earned this much money. It's impossible. You can see that, right? So it's this kind of almost imposter syndrome. How do I explain how come I have this money? Well, it must be that my hard work paid off and other people aren't working as hard.
Yeah. Or, crucially, they're just not as smart.
Yeah, right. Well, then you get into the eugenicist stuff about the idea of meritocracy. Okay. All these aspects come together in Gates' new book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, which, as he tells me, grew out of two things: his interest in the sciences, and what struck him as an irresistible challenge: the fiendishly difficult problem of how to further global development while reducing emissions. For the past few decades, much of Gates' focus has been on expanding access to electricity in the remotest parts of the world. And yet, he says, the idea of adding new electricity capacity, you can't just go build coal plants. And understanding how expensive it needs to be and how this is going to work had me doing a lot of reading. Now, I'll just say again, just for the record, I can't say this enough, I'm not denying he's a smart guy, and I do believe he's done a lot of reading, and I do believe he's researched a lot of science here. And I also believe he simply cannot grasp why the science cannot be the solution, because that's not the problem. Like, that's not it, And the thing stopping him from grasping that is, again, his class interests. There's another greater obstacle to reaching zero emissions, which is the political challenge, part of which involves climate activists limiting their exposure to accusations of hypocrisy. Gates loves private jets. He calls them his guilty pleasure. He loves hamburgers and eating grapes year-round. A few weeks after we speak, it is reported that he is involved in a bid to buy Signature Aviation, which handles ground services for 1.6 million private jet flights a year. Today, he says, I get sustainable aviation fuel that I use when I fly, and mentions another, vaguely futuristic-sounding service. I've paid to offset my carbon footprint. There's this group, Climeworks, that does direct air capture in Iceland. On the subject of imported food, he says, well, growing food locally is often worse because you're putting things in greenhouses that have an insane climate imprint. I'm not the only one who eats out of season food, as far as I know. But if that's people's main objection and they'll adopt my plan, then Gates smiles in a rather glittering way. God, they are sucking his toes. Jesus fucking Christ. I'll cede my grape eating, he says.
Okay, all right. We can build on this. All right. What can we get you to cede, Bill Gates, before it's too much?
Okay, should we just jump in? Okay, let's just jump in. I have a direct answer for that, Jess. I have a direct fucking answer for that question. Okay. So here's some notes from Bill.
If you're willing to cede some of what you have.
Yep. No, you're getting it. You're getting exactly what I'm getting at. You're picking up what I'm laying down. All right. So here are some notes from Bill Gates' shitty book. Okay, the book is fine. It teaches, if you want to learn some climate science in a pop sciencey kind of way, it's good. There you go. It's very frustrating if you have any kind of political power analysis whatsoever. Are you boiling a kettle right now? You for real? Yeah. Oh my god. Is this your beans thing? Is this your soy thing? Yeah. Fucking hell. Okay, in the introduction, in the second sentence of the book, Bill Gates points out that the effects of climate change have worsened at a reduced rate under the pandemic. Do we understand why? Do we just get right away, or do I have to explain this one?
Oh, yeah, he manufactured it.
Yeah, exactly right. He manufactured it so that he could sell the vaccine, which is obviously actually microchips, so that he can control the human race. No. Do we have a different answer for why climate change has not worsened at quite the same rate under the pandemic? Okay, it's because the economy has slowed down. It's because production has slowed down. Okay.
Oh.
And he says that in so many words. He says the economy has slowed because of the pandemic. So over the last couple of years, climate change has not been worsening quite as much. Now, I don't know about you, but my natural instinct leading on from that would be, so we should produce less. So we should look at where we are being wasteful in production and change our economic mode of production. Maybe put the means of production in the hands of people. Never mind. Oh, that's a silly thought. Never mind. Okay, so
we could just be in lockdown forever.
Right, okay. The other possibility is the Great Reset, right? He goes on in the introduction, which is read by Bill Gates in Bill Gates' terrible voice that I'm not sure anyone here has heard enough, but I have heard more than enough for a lifetime. I'm sorry. I really don't mean to be like attacking the guy so specifically, but like his voice sucks. Later in the introduction, he says there is a direct correlation between countries' emissions and per capita wealth. So again, where I'm just asking for like common sense reactions to this, and I'm feeling like the natural reaction here is, okay, so the benefactors of global capitalism, the richest nations, the ones that are getting the most out of global capitalism, they're causing the most climate change. Again, it kind of seems like capitalism might be the problem in a way that Bill Gates is directly acknowledging right there in the introduction of the book. We're like 2 notes in, and this is how frustrated I'm feeling. Note number 3. Protesters asked him to stop investing in fossil fuels. This, Jess, answers your question. What will he be willing to cede? Where will he stop being willing to cede things to help stop climate change? Because protesters, and not just protesters, but the cause was picked up by The Guardian, which is where that article, that toe-sucking article that we were just reading, is published as well. There was The Guardian, along with these protesters, asked him to sell the stocks he has invested in fossil fuel companies. He said...
Oh, right. That's not even asking very much at all.
Oh, no! Oh, no. Okay. So he preceded this by saying about how he's invested a lot of money into green solutions and green technologies and the research that will provide those technologies. So that's where we started off in the stream. Okay, the thing about Bill Gates wanting to put dust in the air to dim the sun, that's one just one of those things. He's put a ton of money out into research, and he's trying to he's just trying to like back a lot of horses on the technological front. Okay? And again, this is relevant when we're asking about what his intentions are and then where his class interests are, right? Because again, there's just a really obvious common sense solution that he himself should be able to see based on the things he has said, but he wants to find a magical invention that will stop it. But then later in the book, he'll say that he, isn't simply looking for good technologies, that stuff already exists that could be used to blah, blah, blah. He gets into stuff, we'll get into it later. He says that these protesters are asking him to sell the stocks he has invested in fossil fuel companies. Divest. Okay? Divest. He says that he remembers protesters against the Vietnam War who protested rich people, asking them to divest stocks that they had in arms companies, in Dow Chemical, who were dropping napalm on children, right? He remembers protesters who were asking rich people to divest stocks that they had invested in South Africa, right, to protest apartheid. He compares the protesters. He compares the protesters who are protesting him now with the protesters who protested the Vietnam War and apartheid. He does not say he remembers being in these protests. I will leave you to draw the one conclusion from that as to why he doesn't. And he says he admires these protesters. He's not saying it's a bad thing. He's saying he remembers the social change that has been pushed for by passionate young people, because it's always young people, right? It's always students. It's always these naive young people. He says he admires them. And then he uses the words, on the other hand, and moves on.
Big comma, but energy.
He says, on the other hand, and simply moves on. He says that divesting his fossil fuel stocks won't deal with the problem on its own. Now, please, you fucking boil the kettle. You've been throwing around kitchenware.
Really good point.
No! No! She's been fucking throwing around kitchenware. And now, right when I'm getting to my point, she wants to jump in and interrupt me. This is unbelievable.
Let Nat speak.
No! She has to be silenced.
Give her a voice.
Nat just posting a picture on Twitter of her with like duct tape over her mouth. And the word silenced written on it in Sharpie. He remembers protests against the Vietnam War and apartheid, and he admires these protesters who are asking for this of him. On the other hand, this won't be enough to deal with climate change on its own, he says, having just explained how he's invested in technologies to help with climate change. Having written a fucking whole book about the things we can do to tackle climate change, he says, divesting my stocks won't be enough on its own.
Okay, cool.
So I'm not going to do it.
But it will help. Or...
He talks a fucking ton about green premiums in this book. This is a term he uses the whole way through the book, green premiums, which is how much more expensive clean energy solutions are than fossil fuels. And the simple economic reason for this, okay, this is like investing 101, is that fewer people have invested in them. The fossil fuel industry is a huge, well-established, invested-in industry with loads of money backing it that makes loads of money. And so it's available cheaply. And it's incredibly ubiquitous. That's another thing. These other solutions, because they're newer, they cost more money. That's the green premium. And he argues throughout the book that the poorer countries won't be able to afford this. So we need to put money into these green technologies to make them cheaper. Once again, I raise the possibility of a world in which things don't cost money.
This is so frustrating. He doesn't even have to go that far.
I want Jess to make
They're not asking for him to invest in communism. They're asking for him divest from fossil.
I completely agree. And he totally could, but this answers your question so perfectly. How far will Bill Gates go before he refuses to cede something, and it's because of his class interests? Natalie will now make a very good point that she wants to make.
He is responding to him, a multi-billionaire who owns most of the world's resources, to the question of, can he do something personally, make a personal sacrifice to save the world? In the same way as people talk about personal veganism.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, well, me not eating like meat this week isn't going to save the world on its own.
He makes the same point in this article we were just reading, saying that if people found out that not eating grapes on its own would solve the problem, he would not eat grapes.
Because that's easy.
But he likes eating hamburgers and flying in private jets and all of this stuff, and stopping any of those things won't solve the problem on its own.
Which is why, fundamentally, all of these this should not be the personal decision of one man. Why fundamentally billionaires are wrong, immoral, dysfunctional, not workable.
Okay, give me a little kiss right here and then go away. I love you. Okay.
So, what I've learned is that we should give Bill Gates complete and total power, and then he'll have the ability to give it up.
It will get fuckier than this. If you're feeling frustrated now, this is going to get more annoying. I'm sorry, Jess. His book gets more annoying than this.
Oh no.
But even in this intro section, it's annoying. It gets more annoying than this because he says that apartheid is an institution so it could be defeated by things like protests and divestment. But the fossil fuel industry is a vital infrastructure, so it's not the same. Now I'm just thinking about vital infrastructure from history. I'm thinking about, for example, the military-industrial complex, which employed millions of people. I'm thinking during the Vietnam War, for example. I'm thinking about slavery, which was vital infrastructure for the US South. I'm thinking about serfdom. Just straight up fucking serfdom for 2,000 years. These are things that are vital infrastructure in that they are an essential way that the society functions, right? And changing them is a huge upheaval, arguably much bigger an upheaval than dependence on fossil fuels and their byproducts. And
Right.
yet, right?
It seems like such an intentional misunderstanding. It's like, oh, you don't want fossil fuels anymore? Well, what are you gonna drive to work? You don't have a car anymore?
Right.
Okay. It's like, okay, but no, we want things to replace. No, we don't just want to get rid of it. No, that's not what we're saying.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating. That's just it's just fascinating. I think I'm hearing a car alarm outside. Very strange sounding one. Anyway, I'm going to pause the book for a minute and go back to the article because I feel like we'll hit into some stuff in the article that will bring us back nicely into the book. But again, I want us to consider this question that has to do with class interests, okay? Where Bill Gates is in the owning class, i.e. his relationship to power is that he and people like him own the means of production, or are closer to those who own the means of production. For example, his kids are, benefit off of him owning the means of production. And the things that he refuses to do, which would actually help, aren't simply things that, wow, life would suck if I was a vegan and it wouldn't solve the problem, so blah, 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 blah. It's not that, It's not that. It's not that life would suck if I divested my fossil fuel stocks and it wouldn't solve the problem. It's that I'm a rich guy and I don't want to. I don't want to have less power in the world by divesting my fossil fuel stocks, or for that matter, lobbying the government and putting money behind massive, putting money behind social political causes that would cause reform that would put me at a disadvantage. All of this again and again and again, you're going to see is Bill Gates making sure business can go on as usual, right? Bill Gates wants to save the world, and by the world, he means capitalism, right? Okay, let's carry on with the article. Are we all feeling frustrated? Are we getting it?
Yeah.
Because as I said, I tried to talk to my mum about this yesterday, and it was a little bit this stuff is really frustrating, and at no point do I have to be calling Bill Gates personally, Hitler. Being a billionaire is morally indefensible, but besides that, it's not about judging his character, it's his class interests. And it's so frustrating that, at least on the surface, he means to... That's exactly what's frustrating about it. On the surface, he means to do well. He at least is alluding to the idea that he means to do well, but he simply will not surrender any power to get there, to achieve those goals. So he's trying to find ways that he can do this all without surrendering any power. Okay, so this article is about how other climate activists should stop with the moralizing, basically. For Gates, this focus on grapes and private jet travel is, relatively speaking, like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Now, I would just like to say to Bill Gates, I'd like to say to Bill Gates, big fan of the Vema Sophie streams, because I know you're watching, Bill. I've been in Extinction Rebellion protests, right, on the ground with people. I'm not talking about the liberal management of the thing who say, like, we're not socialists or whatever, this nonsense. I'm talking about people who are on the ground, who are occupying Westminster Bridge, right, who've set up tents and are stopping people from crossing to make sure that people pay attention to this stuff, okay? And they're not saying, hey, are you a vegan? If you're not a vegan, you're not let through. They're not saying, hey, you should change your individual responsible... You have an individual responsibility to sort your recycling. They're not saying those things. They're saying we need deep systemic change on a political level that affects the economic mode of production that is currently killing our fucking planet. Okay, Bill?
Oh, wow. That's very... We're stopping individual people, searching for the one person who can save the world.
Right, exactly. They're looking for Bill Gates and they're gonna find him.
Well, no, Bill Gates has already said that he can't solve the issue.
That's true, right?
On
well,
his
so
own.
again, if we're talking about class interests, and again, I am not saying these are Bill Gates' intentions. I am saying if you imagine this architect-like figure who is the embodiment of neoliberal capitalism, and you imagine what his interests would be, okay? Or her interests. Then you imagine that they would benefit enormously, this ideological person, this pure neoliberal global free market capitalism person would benefit enormously from Bill Gates, one of the most powerful people on the planet, saying, there's nothing I can do. I can't give up things to change this. Because that says to everyone else who has much less power than Bill Gates, you absolutely cannot give up, right? Cannot give up anything that will... And there's the thing. Ordinary people, because the majority of people on the planet, this is how capitalism exists, are not in the owning class, and therefore fundamentally would not have to give up any power. But this is also how capitalism, and especially free market capitalism, perpetuates itself, is the belief that you're a temporarily embarrassed billionaire, right? So you can see how, as Ginger with Envy says, Neoliberal Chan, our character, you can see how Neoliberal Chan, please someone make fan art, you can see how Neoliberal Chan fucking loves it when Bill Gates says, there's nothing I can do. I can't give up stuff. Because everyone who's listening who thinks I'm just like him, I'm powerful now and I would lose power under communism, I would lose power under the Green New Deal or some shit like this. How these people, right, will be informed by what Bill Gates is saying here.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I've got a lot of stock, let's say, in Beanie Babies, and when they take off, like, I'm right there with Bill Gates.
Well, you said let's say.
Yeah.
So what I think you mean. So what I'm picking up there is that you don't mean you have stocks in Beanie Babies.
I'm saying I have just several warehouses full of Beanie Babies.
I'm imagining
And
you
when
diving
those-
into them like a swimming pool. Like Scrooge
Right.
McDuck, but instead of coins, it's Beanie Babies.
And when those finally become super valuable and appreciate in value, I'm gonna be there with Bill Gates, and I'm not gonna save the world either.
Peacemaker Sama says, "Oh, I like drawing fan art. Don't start giving me ideas. Draw me dunking on, as in literally doing a sick fucking getting sick fucking air and doing a slam dunk over neoliberal Sama, over neoliberal Chan, who's just like, shit, I suck. Oh no, fuck, I'm the worst." All right.
Right. Make it look like Bill Gates jumping over the chair.
We're gonna watch Bill Gates jumping over the chair as a palate cleanser after all this. Okay. Can you all hear Natalie?
The best thing that Bill Gates has put into the world.
All right. Instead, what he does is bombard us with data and expertise. His book encompasses wisdom from sources that range from less well-known climate scientists such as Vaclav Smil, that's a made-up name, and Ken Caldera, to John D. Cox, author of Weather for Dummies, which says Gates remains one of the greatest books about weather ever written. Yet Gates's book is compulsively readable. I personally found it a little bit patronizing, but that, I mean, I did a STEM degree, so maybe that's why. But like, I found a lot of the stuff kind of appealing to this very like Feynman-esque kind of trying to explain stuff, assuming that you're a fucking dumbass. I've got a note here actually that I can reference in chapter 3. He defines 5 questions that need to be asked in every climate conversation. This is how directly Bill Gates is trying to influence conversations that happen about climate. Right? It's kind of fucked. And he says something at one point in it which is like, quick note for reference. Kilowatt equals house. Gigawatt equals mid-sized city. Hundreds of gigawatts, big, rich country. And it's like,
No, it's millionaire equals house. Billionaire equals large or medium-sized country.
Right. Okay. His ambition was to cut through the noise, which again, just referring to the gossip that we know, his ambition was to sell lots of copies of a book, but let's carry on, and give consumers better tools for understanding what works, an ambition he meets admirably. This fucking article is propaganda in the rawest, purest sense of the word. It's more than that, however. Gates can get an audience with anyone, can marshal almost limitless resources, and is dogged in the detail. The result, particularly in the wake of the Trump presidency, is thrilling. This is really like, you're seeing the revival of Sorkinism. You're seeing so if anyone's seen the scene from Newsroom, where the journalists, it's called Newsroom, right?
Yeah, you should play.
Where maybe we'll play it next. Where the journalists get the news that Osama bin Laden's been killed, and they like break the news to the people on the plane, and then he like salutes the guy, the pilot, and this kind of just like toe-sucking liberalism that's just and it's based around this worship of facts and data and expertise, while always pushing out people who are experts in political theory and analysis, and for that matter, pushing out economists. Like a ton of the fucking time, expert economists are advising people to, put Britain into lockdown quickly and fully, and manage the pandemic that way, right? Economists are saying that. But that's, again, not aligned with the class interests of the people in power, so they go against that. It's not about expertise. Because experts,
Right.
even experts who are capitalists, right? Experts in capitalist economics even will advise, differently, and people in power will go along with their class interests instead.
Which is why
Right.
they're
Hello
constantly-
again.
Enough of experts.
They're constantly forcing socialists to save capitalism for them, and it sucks.
That is a good description. Okay. It is also occasionally comic. I can't deny being a rich guy with an opinion. Imagine that line read by Will Wheaton, because the rest of the audiobook after Bill Gates' introduction is read by Will Wheaton. I've listened to this book, so you don't have to. He writes with a nod to the flip side of his visionary status, that of the despised billionaire flogging a hobby horse, and there is a nerdy bathos to some of his... bathos? I'm sorry if I'm just being ignorant here. An effective anticlimax created by an unintentional lapse in mood from the sublime to the trivial or ridiculous. Okay. Pathetic. There is a nerdy bathos to some of his passions. In one episode, Gates takes his 15-year-old son, Rory, round a power plant on a family holiday, something he bills as a jolly day out. I'm in awe of physical infrastructure, he explains. It's true, he is a big nerd. No, I mean, again, like, whatever. If you want to be charmed by it, be charmed by it. Like, there are bits in the book where he's talking about that. Like, yeah, he goes around a power plant and he likes it and it's fun. Whatever.
Should have taken Rory out to learn how to race a horse instead.
Should have taught Rory to be better at fucking riding horses. If you don't want him to get fucking owned, Bill. The depressing part of the book is its accounts of the challenge ahead, which Gates presents as extremely urgent, and in order to avoid defeatism, also just about doable. I know I sound like a broken record here, but can I just again draw us back to class interests and how if the things we can do are just about achievable, right? Then anything that would push harder than that is absurd, you see? Anything that's more radical change than what Bill Gates suggests must be ridiculous, Bill Gates told you. And he has no kind of ulterior motive as a rich guy with an opinion. After all, he's acknowledged that he's a rich guy with an opinion.
Yeah, we can't try communism until we try filling the atmosphere with black dust blocking out the sun.
I mean, according to Snowpiercer, that's literally true. According to Snowpiercer and The Matrix, and honestly, like, an upsettingly high number of stories that already exist, and yet this is still a thing they're actually looking into. You think they would just watch the fucking movie and be like, oh shit, actually we just need to do communism.
No, they watch it and they're like, oh wow, they were so close. They're so close to working.
It's that meme of like the guy looking at Transformers and the point going over his head. It's like, whoa, fast train. I'm in awe of physical infrastructure.
Like, yes, on one hand, everyone is like dead, but on the other hand, they created a perpetual motion train.
Right. And I mean, so really, well, it's, if you think about it, it's
If you think
going
about it,
pretty well.
They just needed a Bill Gates, and then everything would have been fine.
Yeah, I mean, there's a rich guy in the film who's oppressing them all and forcing them into slavery and forcing them to work as parts of his train in a horrifying authoritarian dictatorship. But
And
if
man
that were
was
Bill
still a
Gates, it would be
guy.
better. Okay.
Look, take the snow pill. Look up Wonka Piercer. That's all I can say here.
The depressing part of the book is its account of the challenge ahead. We already read this. Just about doable. He points to a headline figure, 51 billion. This is the amount of greenhouse gas in tons emitted globally each year, which we have to get down to net zero by 2050. The first step towards this is understanding what we're dealing with. Let's have more literate climate articles, so people can understand if it's a breakthrough that's a big deal or a small deal. I will say again, he has defined the conversation in a way that you will define a big breakthrough as something that can help us to preserve business as usual and capitalism, and an unrealistic fairy tale as more radical change than he suggests. And again, I'm not saying he's done that necessarily on purpose, but it aligns perfectly with his class interests. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying not to give in to conspiratorial logic here, like we covered in the first political stream. I'm not trying to assign these motivations to Bill Gates's conscious mind, to his deliberate intention, but it does align exactly with his class interests, and that's why you can't be fucking listening to Bill Gates about the issue of whether Bill Gates should have so much power. I'm sorry, I'm getting very screechy. Okay.
That's all good.
All right.
It's natural. It's nothing to worry about.
It's common among women.
It is. It's very common among women.
For example, the transport industry, on which so much attention is focused, accounts for only 16% of global emissions, which is why, as air travel has ground to a halt, greenhouse gases have gone down by only around 5%. As Gates points out, the future of car travel lies in electric vehicles, but if the electricity comes from coal-fired power plants, the switch is of limited value. Cars are a minor part of the problem Sorry. The future of car travel lies in electric vehicles, but if the electricity comes from coal-fired power plants, the switch is of limited value. So, if we carry on using fossil fuels, then, it's kind of pointless. What? Divest from my fossil fuel stocks? No, that won't solve the problem on its own. That's not enough. Do we see what's going on here? It's entirely circular, and the only thing that can't be done is for Bill Gates to have less power. Most people don't understand what cement is, says Gates. Let's just skip that whole fucking paragraph.
What?
Like I said, the book is quite patronizing as well. Like a lot of people, I've indulged in somewhat magical thinking around this. Oh, good God. Dutifully recycling my plastic every week while assuming that when push comes to shove, the US government will devote the entire annual defense budget to climate control and invent a shield or something. And Gates covers some cool sci-fi type innovations, most of them to do with those direct air capture technologies, which suck, not the scientific term, greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere. There is a solar-powered dehumidifier to get drinking water out of air, and a technology for storing heat in molten salt. There is geoengineering, which may one day be capable of reducing the amount of sunlight hitting the world's surface by distributing extremely fine particles into the upper atmosphere. Here we go. This is exactly what we were talking about at the start. Or using a salt spray to brighten clouds, but these innovations are cripplingly expensive and imprecise. If you meddle with clouds over US, there's no guarantee the temperature in China won't go down. The biggest gesture most powerful authorities are willing to make involves divesting from polluting industries.
Polluting industries.
I
wonder where this is going.
The biggest gesture most powerful authorities are willing to make involves divesting from polluting industries. Last year, New York State pledged to divest its $226 billion pension fund from fossil fuel companies. This strikes Gates as wholly inadequate. It diverts the focus from more urgent concerns.
Man. What?
Yeah, that's the reaction. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, Bill?
Not only can he not do it, he has to protect his ego by saying no one else should do it.
Yeah, he has to insist no one else would be able to do it either, and it wouldn't help, and it's a terrible idea. And all of this. And it's just gibberish. Okay.
It diverts focus? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of I'm just upset. Go ahead.
It's so fucking frustrating, and we haven't even gotten to the most frustrating part of the book yet. because we're still in the article.
All right, go ahead. Explain to me why it diverts focus. And it's not.
All right.
Because there are other things we can be doing, we cannot also be doing this. That's fine. Just lay it on me.
It'd be tragic to have this whole... I wish I could do an adequate Bill Gates impression, but honestly, his voice sounds so much like a little gremlin that you'd think I was just being, like, mean. It'd be tragic to have this whole generation behind the cause, and that it's like, it'd be tragic to have this whole generation... Honestly, that's how he fucking sounds. Natalie's heard the book. He sounds like this.
Very, like, in the back of the throat, like...
It'd be tragic to have this whole generation behind the cause, and then you just do the easy stuff, like divesting securities. You can say, okay, I don't want any more of those evil oil company stocks. Yay!
Come on,
well,
man.
how...
If it's so easy, then just do it.
If it's so fucking easy, Bill, just fucking do it. Also, this is a really crucial thing where, as I say, throughout the entire fucking book, it's about green premiums, right? The price of green technologies is too high. So Bill Gates is putting some money, but not all that much compared to how much money he has to invest. He's putting some money into green technologies to lower those green premiums. And he's trying to do it tactically based on which ones look most promising and most likely to actually affect change. And that will make it so that those technologies are available for poorer countries. But, right, as I said earlier, fossil fuels are so fucking available because so much money is in them. So if he took all the money he has in fossil fuels, right, and he put it all into green technologies, and again, that's not even the step I'd like to see him fucking take. The step I'd like to see him take, and then the stream goes, then the stream is just like not available in your area. No,
right,
no, look,
still the simple options within a capitalist framework that he has available to him, and
right,
still choosing
right,
not to do.
within the power that Bill Gates has. Okay. Bare minimum, I'd like to see him take that money out of fossil fuel stocks and invest it into that, right? But realistically,
that would be too easy, though.
Right, and it wouldn't solve the problem on its own. And I agree about that. Here's the fucking thing that really gets me about this whole book, all the fluff articles promoting it, all of this stuff, is that he is presenting himself as a very smart guy, which he is, I believe. As a smart engineer, a well-informed man when it comes to science. But people informed on these kinds of things understand that things aren't simple. You don't just look at it like, you don't just, like, he keeps saying this stuff like, that won't solve it on its own. And it's like, but if it would help, you should do it. Like, why is it not plausible to Bill that this is a multifaceted problem that, like, will take many pieces to put together to find the solution? Well, it is. That's the thing, right? So that's the contradiction. It's like when confronting specific issues, he says that's not enough on its own and then moves on, right? And then lays out a complex plan that involves many parts. But those things would still help. And that's what I'm saying. This whole thing is a plan for how to make sure capitalism still gets to function exactly as it's been functioning. It's all about saving the world, and by the world he means capitalism, and he may or may not understand that himself. And then he concludes that bit by saying, well, how many tons of carbon did you avoid by doing that? And that's exactly what I'm saying. Overall, possibly fucking all of them. Because if you make fossil fuels more expensive by taking your money out of them... The same goes for everybody vowing to eat less meat. I mean, these are good things. In fact, by buying Beyond Burgers, a plant-based meat company that Gates invests in, actually drives demand, which will get the quality up and the rate premium down.
Come on, man! You understand this.
Gates invests in actually drives demand, which will get the quality up and the rate premium down.
I'm losing it.
I said it was a frustrating time. I warned you all. You can't say I didn't warn you. This is a frustrating goddamn topic. Okay. I'm going to wrap the article here, okay? And I'm just going to go on to more of my notes from the book. because all of this is part of his like propagandistic fluff piece to promote his to get you to read his book. Thanks for the sub. But what I want to get at is something that is actually in the book, which is really fucking insidious, and I think we need to talk about. Okay.
I can just. Let's just hear it. I'm fuck it. I'm ready.
Anyone else everyone in chat ready? You feeling ready? You feel like you're gonna have a good time with this next bit?
Are you fucking happy? Are you fucking glad that you tuned in to watch this?
I'm glad we're having such a good fun time on the politics stream today. Okay. All right. I'm conscious that a couple of people who I'm like mutuals with, who are like hardcore, who like good hardcore commies, are watching this, and they're gonna like, I just know them personally and know how frustrated they must feel. Anyway, I'm gonna go chapter 1. He runs through the very correct and apropos math that climate disaster will progressively affect the poorest people on the planet. He talks a lot about the poorest billion people. This is something I talked about earlier, right? He is aware of that problem. And he goes through a couple of hypotheticals. One is about, a poor Appalachian farmer, right? Who has a variety of farmland. He raises cattle, he has crops, and then there's a big flood caused by climate change, okay? And he runs through how in this hypothetical, your poor Appalachian farmer has owned this land for, their family's owned this land for generations. But now this flood, right, it wipes out the crop you've got growing. It dampens enough of your stored grain that it all rots and you can't even sell it. So much infrastructure for miles around is run over and ruined, so you can't even take what you have and take it to market to sell it right now to aid the problem. The farm is ruined, you have to sell, and this farmer, the farmer, you move to the city or whatever, you're driven into poverty essentially, and you lose the farmland that your family has owned for generations. And that's all really quite sad. 2 things. 1, he doesn't cover what happens to the land after you sell. Because who are you selling this land to? It's all covered in water. Oh, wait a second. If you sold it to someone who owned a lot of farmland, that person would be able to grow crops appropriately where there wasn't going to be flooding, wait for the other land to drain, right, and then they'd be able to use the land still. So basically someone richer than you. Right, so someone who owns a ton of farmland in America. Right.
Just one small problem, Bill. Sell the land to who?
Well, sell the land to who? That's an interesting question. No, I appreciate the reference, but Jess, do you know who owns the most farmland in America? What if I told you it was a man by the name of William Henry motherfucking Gates? What if I told you that Bill Gates is the guy who is buying the land off that Appalachian farmer in the fucking hypothetical he is putting forwards to explain how bad the effects of climate change will be on the poorest billion people on the planet? So what if I fucking said, okay, what if I fucking said that he has the power to just create a farmers cooperative, right? To just essentially implement a form of fucking anarcho-syndicalism among American farmers today. Because that farmer who's driven into poverty most likely will either be driven to move away or will carry on working on the same land. After all, he knows it the best. But he's had to sell it to this fucking ghoul. He's had to sell it, right? But now the bigger party who has the money and the power gets to profit more off of it. Right?
Gets that
This
hate
is
red.
in his hypothetical?
No! This is all the part that's left out of his hypothetical. That's my fucking point. That's what's so
so it's-
sickening about it.
Very interesting hypothetical situation you got here, Bill.
I'm saying, literally, he has the power to do what he's already doing, as I say, forcing these fucking farmers into poverty and forcing them to work for him because of the effect of climate change, of which he is an innocent party. I'm so angry. And then not, extract the surplus value from them, i.e., just let them carry on running their land. He has the power to literally do that in his life. The singular man, Bill Gates, has that power. But he's not going to do it. And you know why? Everyone in chat say it with me. It's his class interests. There we go. His second hypothetical is about a poor family in a village in India. Again, they are farmers, because the poorest billion people on the planet are largely farmers. He talks about how
If
drought...
I find out that Bill Gates secretly owns India, I'm gonna...
Now, the concept of a white person owning India, which historically might be something... Rich white people being in charge of India reminds me of something. Whatever. We'll just see if this comes. We'll just see if this comes up later. Anyway, so Bill fucking Gates, right, writes this hypothetical about this poor family in India. They're affected by a drought, right? They can't grow anything. He puts such grim realities in as like your neighbor kills themselves because they can't support their family. He literally puts this in the book. I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it's all very sad. He talks about how you're getting your water from a single pipe that just does just does a little dribble every few days, right? And I'm just, as I've covered earlier on this stream, the implementation of specifically water infrastructure in India, is so governed by neoliberal capitalism that in the poorest areas, right, either the infrastructure doesn't exist where it could easily, and they couldn't easily implement it if only they weren't governed by the free market and instead were governed by people's needs, or the infrastructure, and this is worse, the infrastructure exists, but they refuse to give it to people who can't afford the price-gouged huge rates that they give to the poorest areas. So, his one example is about a drought in India. And frankly, just frankly, it's really fucking obvious how communism could solve this problem. And his other example, right? His other example is about a guy whose life he ruined. His other example is just literally just a dude whose life he fucking ruined.
Right. Well, I mean, he probably just doesn't understand the exact issue in India. Probably just doesn't understand why that's happening.
So I'm going to do a quick check to see if Bill Gates owns stocks in Indian water companies. No, I mean, look, as I say, right, his hypothetical. This is the way to look at it, right? His hypothetical about the Appalachian farmer whose farmland that his family has owned for generations is ruined by a flood caused by climate change, which no one could have stopped because Bill Gates won't divest his fucking fossil fuel stocks because that won't solve the problem on its own. That guy then sells his land. It will be
his stolen farmland. Why won't he divest that?
That hypothetical farmer, who is a real farmer, will have his land bought out from under him by Bill Gates, because Bill Gates is the largest owner of farmland in America. And then the way that will work is that farmer then lives in poverty. Right? And Bill Gates profits off the same land that he was profiting off before. Fucking disgusting. the second hypothetical, right, with when it comes to Indian water infrastructure, okay, and like this drought that's affecting this village so badly, and it's like if they would simply provide water to people who need the water, that's a political issue, then it would be fine. Whether Bill Gates literally owns stock in Indian water companies, which I wouldn't be surprised, or not, Bill Gates does. You know? Somebody does. Somebody's fucking... Like,
Right.
The whole point is somebody's fucking profiting off it. And again, this isn't about trying Bill Gates personally, but he does make it very fucking easy with the stuff he puts in the fucking book. Someone is
so
profiting.
infuriating.
Someone is profiting off of that Indian family not being able to get water, right? And that person is a Bill Gates, even if it's not the Bill Gates.
Yeah, although he has invested in Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Institute in India. That's how he's solving the problem.
Right.
Just went and googled that.
There you go.
The only way to sort of fight a bad company, water.
The only thing that stops a bad guy with $1
Good.
billion is a good guy with $1 billion.
Exactly.
Oh no! Wait a second. It's 1 billion people withholding their labor. Sorry everyone. I just had a little brain fart for a minute. I just had a moment there where I forgot which one it was. It turns out it was mass strikes. It turns out it was general strike. That's what will fucking do the trick. Okay, let's carry on. I'm a big fan of the late writer David Foster Wallace, writes Bill Gates. I just need to reset my webcam because I made it go blurry now. Okay. I'm a big fan of the late writer David Foster Wallace, and he recounts this story, this joke that David Foster Wallace tells in an commencement address for a university. Wallace says, one fish is going one way, sees two fish going the other way. The one fish says to the other, "All right, lads, how's the water this morning?" A little bit past each other, when they've gone past each other, the two fish have gone a little way. One of them turns to the other and says, "What's water?" Right. The metaphor here that Bill Gates is driving at, if you follow me, is that when something's really ubiquitous and it's all around us and it's everywhere and it's in every facet of your daily life, it can be hard to see it. And it can be hard to confront it, let alone change it. And Bill Gates is making a comparison here. Fossil fuels. My note here, where I've taken notes from the book, is just a long... But holy fucking shit! What if there was something that was so ubiquitous and it was around us all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm getting at
I'm
here?
interested to see where this could possibly be going.
And it's so ubiquitous, it's like water. Like, you can't even see it. Right?
Uh-huh.
It's just around us all the time. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so in chapter 3, like I said, he said...
Yeah, that's probably nothing.
Like I said, my note there is just a long scream. I'm just so angry. I'm just so angry reaching that part of the book. Okay. I actually need to go back a little bit. No, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna leave the most frustrating thing in the book until the end here.
This is all narrated by Will Wheaton.
Oh yeah, this is all narrated. This is all written by Bill Gates, and the intro is read by Bill Gates, but the book is read by Will Wheaton.
Amazing.
Just to kill me personally. Okay. It's like, actually, you know what it's like? If there was something that was invisible and was around us all the time, what you would need is like special goggles that would let you see that. Like if you could put on like a pair of sunglasses and it would let you see the stuff that's like around you all the time. and you could like see who was benefiting. Someone should make a movie on this. I'm just thinking someone should make like a cool movie about this. You know. And you would
that's
see,
a really good idea.
you would see that the way that magazines like propagandized in favor of the thing that was all around you all the time, and you would see like maybe even you'd see like a little special message in your money, like stuff like this. Like it would be really interesting. Anyway,
That's a really good title, actually. October Oddity, Them Alive.
Them Alive, yeah, that's really good because it's like the people who are benefiting off it, like them alive here. Yeah, right. Okay, so in Chapter 3, as I previously said, Bill Gates talks about 5 questions that need to be in every climate conversation. As I said, he is trying to influence the conversation that is being had. He is trying to make sure that the only framework that is ever pursued is his one. I am not using conspiratorial logic. I am saying that is factually what he is trying to do here. I am not saying it's what he's consciously trying to do. Like, I'm not saying it's like this is anti-communist propaganda, but holy fuck if it were. Anyway, so he wants to make sure we're always thinking about the tons of emissions and how to get from the 51 billion tons to 0 tons. Okay, nothing, right? That's the first thing. Things should never be in terms of like indirect processes that like have a bit of, right? Like, say, a sort of system, like a sort of systemic change. It should never be like that. You should always think about just literally the tons of emissions that are going out right now and how to get from that down to 0. Nothing else. He says that we need to focus on the 5 groups of activities that produce the most emissions: mass production, power, farming, transport, and temperature regulation. By which he means that, like, as much as like power, like electric power, goes to things like heating a house or whatever, actually, like heating a house and air conditioning are like the two of the biggest things. So they kind of get their own section. Again, it's all about like the things you're doing. It's always about like the things you're doing and the things that are being done. It's not about, say, an ideology. There's the note I said before about kilowatt equals house, gigawatt equals mid-sized city. That's in there too. That's one of the like important things to understand in the conversation. Oh, Mike's cutting out? Jess, are you hearing that too?
Yeah, a bit. I thought it was my connection on Discord though.
That's annoying. What can I do about that? Is it still a problem for everybody? Jess, is it still a problem for you?
I haven't heard it yet.
Okay.
Since you've just changed a setting or something, but
I just wiggled the cable. It might have just been that.
all right. Well, I'll let you know.
All right, thank you. Okay. Let me just make sure it's in the back there too. Okay. Anyway, Chapter 4, he goes into how electricity is really cool. That's where he tells the story of him going around a power plant with his kid. It just goes on like this for a while. Like I say, a big focus is on green premiums, and so poorer countries can't afford these technologies because they can't pay the green premium. So we need to do the things that we can do to lower the cost of green technologies.
What was that
But
thing
investing
you said about Beyond Burgers, Bill?
Well, yeah. If I just go back to the article,
About
it was that.
why it's good that
So
people
Bill invests in
invest
Beyond
their
Burgers,
interest in
and that drives.
hamburgers and started
That's
investing their time into buying Beyond Burgers.
it's that Bill. So Bill invests. That's the thing. No, okay. Let me just like if people have ever wondered here about like how investment just basically fucking works. Having worked in a few startups, let me just tell you. Okay, you get money in, and that money lets you establish an equilibrium for your company, and that equilibrium is what drives down price, right? essentially, when people are buying your product, you can provide it cheaply. That's the most basic understanding, right? So the reason you have investment is that to begin with, you don't have any product, you don't have anything. So you need an investment to kickstart that process. In other words, someone investing their money into your company is the same as, a rising demand, in that it makes it so your product can be given out cheaper.
It also has to do with scales and
I mean, you can also be working on a smaller scale, and it can help you elevate to a larger scale. But in terms of reducing the green premium on green technologies, a hugely wealthy investor, like, say, I don't know, someone who used to be the richest man in the world, or maybe his friend, the richest man in the world, could invest in green technologies and deliberately remove their investments in fossil fuels to both drive up the price of fossil fuels and drive down the price of green technologies. It couldn't be fucking clearer. Okay. We're nearly at the end here, okay? There's just there's really just,
shit.
It's been a frustrating time. If anyone joined halfway through, I sincerely would encourage you to go back and watch this whole one from the beginning. It has been a frustrating time, but it's really crucial to understanding, just shaking loose some of that hypnopedic liberal nonsense that can be in your brain, honestly, confronting some of Bill Gates' lack of understanding of his own situation in the world. It helped me, even. Reading this book, I was just like, fuck. I really still kind of believe in some fucking miracle technologies or whatever, when really the problem is simply political power, right? A good example of this, right, would be him talking about green premiums, and him talking about intermittency, right, and how we need to solve the problem of intermittency in things like solar energy, things like wind energy. Because when something is solar powered, right, but you live in a place that doesn't get strong sun every day, that's intermittency. You only get it intermittently. Or there isn't good wind all the time. Things like this. He goes on in the next paragraph to talk about how Africa has had a lot of trouble implementing solar power. Africa is one of, when you say sunny, sunny places on Earth, I'm thinking Australia, I'm thinking Dubai, right? And then I'm thinking Africa, number 3 or something. Okay, it's a big place, but it's not intermittency that's the problem there, And you can argue that it's the green premium, but really, the problem is that they can't afford it. Take a step back from the problem of it's too expensive, right? And view it instead as they can't afford it, which is a slight rephrasing, but it actually means a lot. They don't have the money, and someone else requires them to pay money to have it, right? It's a slightly just minorly different way of phrasing the same thing. Why don't they have the money? Because Africa has enormous mineral wealth. Massive, enormous mineral wealth. It's also a huge place with lots of people who are working all the fucking time. But it's also, African countries are some of the poorest on Earth. Why is that?
I don't know. Ask your friend Elon Musk. Bill.
If there is iron in Yorkshire, Britain, as in GDP, the British economy, okay, makes money off it. A British company will make money off it. Foreign capitalists can still make money off it through investment, but for the large part, Britain makes money on it. If there's oil in Norway, way more directly, Norway makes money on it, because literally Norway has nationalized, has a largely nationalized oil industry, and so makes money off it, And that's why Norwegians, generally speaking, have such a high not generally speaking, but have such a high per capita wealth. They're such a wealthy nation per capita because of being a lesser form of social democracy. If there is copper in South Africa, taking a very real example from when Mandela came into government, right? Mandela wanted to nationalize the copper mines of South Africa. And the World Bank and the IMF, that's the International Monetary Fund, said no, right? The previous racist, colonialist hangover apartheid government had done everything they could to make sure that, because they knew Mandela was coming in, to make sure that Mandela would not be able to exercise the communist promises that he was making on his platform. So one of the things they did was make it so that the South African National Bank was not a function of government. Like, that they just didn't have control over their own money, so that they would need to ask for loans from outside in order to do literally anything. Mandela wanted to take the copper that is underneath South Africa, that if we're going to believe in the concept of nations in the slightest, simply belongs to the people of South Africa. And he wanted to nationalize that, and the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank said, no, absolutely not. That's neocolonialism, right? If there is iron in Yorkshire, Britain makes money.
The emeralds under South Africa.
You mean these conflict minerals? Bill Gates chuckled. If there is iron in Yorkshire, Britain makes money. If there is coltan in the Congo, who makes money? Is it the Congo? No, it is America. Because American companies extract that fucking mineral wealth for other American companies to make money off. Coltan is a fucking conflict mineral, which is very, very crucial in the production of electronics, of keyboards, of iPhones, okay?
Oh, wow. Like, everyone uses those. The Congo must be pretty rich off that, though.
Oh, well, you would think. But you know who's rich off that? William Henry motherfucking Gates, once again, okay? When I'm talking about neocolonialism, it matters to the context of what he is saying in this book, because again and again and again, he talks about how poorer countries will not be able to afford green technologies that will help them out and help them be able to tackle climate change. But instead of viewing it as this is too expensive, let's lower the price and sell it to them, right? We could view it as they have no money, why do they have no money? And Bill fucking Gates himself is one of the reasons they have no fucking money. And his philanthropy that he does in Africa, right, could be being done by African governments. They could be doing vaccinations for themselves if they could afford to, you know? And it's a classic, it's the white man's burden mindset, right? Oh, I'm hearing that I'm having more mic cutouts. Jess, are you hearing me okay?
It wasn't so bad for me.
Oh. Was it just a little cutout?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least, like, I'm not listening to the stream, so I don't know, like...
Right, it could be...
It's going to be the same cuts, but...
Yeah. Sweetie, are you uploading something? Are you uploading something?
No.
Okay. Are you doing Dropbox? I have no idea what it is. Sorry, guys. Pronouns in my bio says I was getting a little frame drop. I have not got any frame drop on Streamlabs here, so I don't believe that was the issue. Sorry, don't believe you. Bill Gates is making money off the minerals in the Congo instead of the people of the Congo. So the Congo can't fucking afford these green premiums. That's the simplest fucking way to put it. And now let's return to the vision of the future that I was talking about at the start. Okay? It's not that the world is going to end. The most likely, most straightforward thing we're looking at here is increased, not even fucking increased, just maintained privilege for people in the imperial core, for people in white Western countries, right? Off the back of increasingly horrific exploitation in the global south. Because you're talking about a new wave of colonialism, right? This is the possibility of climate colonialism, where under the auspices of telling people what to do to make sure we save the planet, right, richer countries are able to control poorer countries, right? Now let's talk about how that could happen. I've got a book here that I can reference to explain it. The book is called How to Avoid a Climate Catastrophe by Bill Gates.
Oh, I've heard about this one.
He says, the richest countries should lead in climate reforms, not just because they are the biggest contributors to this problem, brackets they are, but because it is a huge economic opportunity. These countries will lead the global economy in the coming decades.
Fuck off. What the fuck?
What he's getting at here is that he invests money into research into these technologies. And then these technologies are invented and they're patented, almost like, I don't know, a vaccine could be invented by Oxford University, and then, you know, the researchers there don't want to patent it because they just want to help people. And someone called, what was he called? Schmill Blates? Who is that guy? Somebody was encouraging them not to just give it out for free and to make a patent instead. It's not coming to me right now. It's somebody. Anyway, so you invest your money, and then these richer countries, they have the technologies. And let's just really quickly run through what would happen if by sheer luck or sheer talent someone else were to invent the technologies in a different country, right? That country would be anywhere between that individual person is given enough money to infinitely change their individual life forever to sell the technology on to a richer country and a rich company in a richer country. Or if they refuse, or if their government refuses, or all of these things, right? Anything from that on a sliding scale up to a full fucking coup, right? To ensure that the technology belongs to a richer country. And that's where this focus on technologies gets us, right? This focus on inventing the right technology so that richer countries can lead the world, right? And if Bill Gates' mindset is taken even further, you could be looking at a new space race, or even what the space race was kind of, you know, the shadow of, a Cold War, right? An arms race, as it were, between America and China for who will develop this first, with the knowledge that the country that develops these technologies first can sell them to other countries and create this new climate colonialism, this green imperialism, right, to control the world. Once again, if you joined halfway through, I'd encourage you to go back and watch this whole thing over. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to talk about the red pill. There at the end of chapter 1. You only have to get to the end of chapter 1. That's where he lays completely bare his climate colonialist agenda, which, as I say, when so much of the fucking book is about how these countries can't afford the technologies, right? But then so much of the book is where he will come up to a political conflict and he'll say, but that's politics, and just moves on, right? Because politics isn't something he can affect, right? for him to lay that out like that is fucked. 10-minute break, and we'll be back. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for persevering. I know it is a challenging one.
God damn it.
I'm going to leave you here
Yeah.
with special fave boy, who's surely must be making the world a better place.
Image completely unrelated.
Okay, everybody, we'll be back in 10 minutes with the red pill.
Is it true that you can leap over a chair from a standing position?
It depends on the size of the chair. I'll cheat a little bit.
Yes!
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
I'm the guy who wins the lottery and loses a ticket. Biggest story in a generation, and I'm a spectator.
You are not a spectator. We are locked on a plane, and we still help put it together. That's pretty good.
What is this compulsion you have to look on the bright side? I can never count on you to be Jewish.
If it helps, we should probably be concerned about violent retaliation.
It does help, man. Thanks.
My regret is that I'd like to have been with my wife. And Johnny would wake up the kids, bring them down to the studio, and we'd all watch together.
Yes, I'd like to be with your wife, too. I'd like to be in the newsroom with Will and Charlie and her and you.
And Maggie.
I said Maggie.
No, you didn't.
You didn't. So you have to ask yourself, what happens when you and Maggie break up? Which you know is going to happen, and Jim's with someone else.
We were talking that loud?
Over Delaware, after the second scotch? There's passengers in row 22 who know about you, Maggie, and Jim.
True story.
Shut up. Excuse me. I've got a text message saying the president is speaking tonight in a few minutes. Do you know anything about this?
The internet says he's speaking on a matter of grave national security.
Yeah, I've got the same thing.
I've got a flight that's been canceled. Does that have anything to do with what you're talking about?
Has there been a terrorist attack?
No.
Wait, there's been a terrorist attack?
No, there hasn't.
I got an email saying we're at war with Libya.
Nope.
You guys know what's going on, don't you?
Folks, there hasn't been a terrorist attack. None of your friends and family are in danger. The president will be speaking in just a few minutes.
No.
Listen, they're just nervous because
care. You do not take over control of the cabin.
they're getting emails and going online and seeing.
You do not take over control of the cabin, ever.
Ma'am,
Now sit down
No,
and...
you know,
I'm getting the captain.
yeah, get the captain, because I'd like to have a word with him. The seatbelt while we're standing still is one thing, but how paranoid do you have to be to think that I'm declaring myself in charge of the...
Is there a problem, sir?
Yeah, I was just asking how paranoid you have to be.
Sir? Sir?
Hi, this is Ron.
Captain, my name is Don Kiefer. That's Elliot Hirsch. Captain, my name is Don Kiefer.
Control of the cabin, ever.
Ma'am,
Now sit down
No,
and...
you know,
I'm getting the captain.
yeah, get the captain, because I'd like to have a word with him. The seatbelt while we're standing still is one thing, but how paranoid do you have to be to think that I'm declaring myself in charge of the...
Is there a problem, sir?
Yeah, I was just asking how paranoid you have to be.
Sir? Sir?
Captain, my name is Don Kiefer. That's Elliot Hirsch, and that's Sloan Sabbath. We work for
Okay, I didn't get the timing quite right, but it's very like erotic scene. Liberal erotica of just like this guy seeing the goddamn after he's having to deal with this woman, after he has to deal with this fucking woman, right? And then he just sees the captain.
Crazy lady. To be the first ones on this plane to know that our armed forces killed Osama bin Laden for you tonight.
You're serious?
All leave it on another 5 minutes break. Anyway, that's the scene from the newsroom we were referencing earlier, where he tells them all about Osama bin Laden. I'm gonna have some soup, and then we're gonna talk about the red pill. Woo!
That was mediocre. I don't know what to say.
Hey everyone, how are we doing? Who's ready to talk about the red pill? Woo, baby. How do I... There we go, it's down really low now. Okay. We're back. We're back with the red pill.
Oh boy.
The rest of the stream, just so everybody knows, is going to be about the red pill. It's going to be about the philosophical concept of the red pill in terms of Marxist analysis, as it's discussed in Elizabeth Sandifer's book, Neo-Reaction: A Basilisk. I should have done this off stream. But I was eating soup, so what are you gonna do?
Right. Which is why you have to do it in the first place.
Exactly. I just gave the 1 minute warning. And then I stared at Twitter for 1 minute. And then I was like, fuck!
Happens to the best of us.
There we go. Okay. Sophie makeup tutorial when? It's something I've been playing with doing for a while. A lot of people do ask me to do it. I might do it. Tomorrow. Oh, I should tell everyone this. I've been not telling everyone the stream schedule. So, as we all hopefully know by now, Wednesdays I stream games that I'm like playing through. Fridays we have the Magnificent Post stream. Every other Monday we have this political discussion stream. But tomorrow, one-off stream in preparation for my video about superheroes. I won't go too far into it, what it's about now. But I'm going to be reading The Dark Knight Returns on stream and talking about what it means and why it's such a fucking piece of shit. I tweeted about it. I said, like, I'm going to have to upset you all by streaming me reading The Dark Knight Returns and explaining why it's extremely fascist. Which, like, if I'm honest, it's like one of the most fascist books I've read. I've read a few. I've read a few that are quite fashy leaning, but like, you know, I'm not saying that I've read like the Turner Diaries and it's worse than that or something like this, but it is like functionally down to the way it like constructs character arguments and who's right and wrong in the narrative and how and all this stuff. So fucking fast. So that'll be tomorrow. I'm going to do it a little earlier in the day because Jess streams on Tuesdays and I don't want to be... although, no, we were going to call tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about that.
I mean, I didn't stream last Tuesday because we were going to play a Monster of the Week, but then we didn't end up doing that. And then I was like, well, I don't really want to stream anyway today. So, like, I'm fine. Like, you know.
Maybe I'll do it the regular time then. All right,
Who wants
tomorrow
to see
evening.
me stream anyway.
Tomorrow evening, if you feel like watching me read a comic and complain about it, that'll be tomorrow evening here. If you feel like not that, then Jess may or may not also be streaming. There you go.
Yeah. My question for you is, when is the baked Super Mario World 3D world?
I tweeted that while baked.
Right.
So I don't know that I can
could tell that.
I don't know that I can realistically be held accountable for it now.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to be talking about Neo Reaction to Basilisk. Very good book. Lots of really, really good stuff going on in there. It's by Elizabeth Sandover. It's maybe a little higher level if you're just getting into theory, so it's like not... I don't mean to say that in any kind of like snobbish or like bragging way. It's just literally like kind of full on. Like a lot of people I know who read quite a lot of theory books are quite have said that they needed to like take breaks with it, or like both that it's like emotionally a lot, there's a lot going on there, and it's also quite dense.
Yeah, I tried to get through the first essay for this stream, and I made it about 75 pages in, which is, let me say, I did not expect a book with 7 essays in it to have the first essay be more than half, or about half the book.
Yeah, it's worth knowing that first essay is like, yeah, more than half the book, and it's really intense. The first essay is the title essay, so it's called Neo Reaction to Basilisk, and then it is, yeah, like the main thing.
I regret to say I didn't finish the first essay, but I feel like I read enough to have a pretty good idea about.
So as long as you felt like you were understanding everything fine, you'll be more than well prepared for this discussion today. And the bit that we want to discuss especially is within what you said that you've already read. So that's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah.
We are... Well, I've got a PDF here that I'm going to be using so that people can read along if they want to read. But it looks like the PDFs are differently aligned to the way that it is in the book. I just need to check something out. Okay, it's counting the front cover and the first few like reference pages as pages, whereas obviously the book does not. So let me just see where the book starts counting pages from. Right. So that means it's like 6 pages off. So we're going to need page 44, I believe. Shit. That isn't one of them. Shit. So, yeah, Jess, while I'm just finding this, why don't you tell everyone what you read so far and what it was like kind of about so far?
Right. So what I've read so far is the book starts off with like a very brief introduction to 3 figures of Neo Reaction, which is not really surprising because the book and the essay is called Neo Reaction to Basilisk. And it sort of explains like what is Neo Reaction, and then who are these 3 prominent figures within it. And it sounds complicated, but it is a fun read. Like, it does start off with the words, "Let us assume that we are fucked."
I'll say one thing, yeah, like really, really, really good is the way that it examines the origins of Neo Reaction online. So like we're all just kind of familiar with like 4chan generically and like Reddit. This is where there's like people with shitty opinions, but what's good here is that Elizabeth Sandifer chooses to look at 3 figures: Mencius Moldbug, Elisa Yudkowsky, and I always forget the third guy. It's Nick Land. Nick Land. And how those three particular people have like have the kind of philosophical impetus on the neo-reactionary movement. Like, rather than being figures who like, you can examine figures like Richard Lotax, who you know, sorry, Lotax is his internet handle. Lotax, who like, you know, started Something Awful, and Something Awful spawned 4chan. And you can look at history in this way, online history in this way, but these are figures who philosophically spawned a lot of neo-reaction online. And a lot of them have ties to Elon Musk. Because of Peter Thiel and PayPal. Anyway. Sorry,
Hold on,
Jess, I cut you off.
I need to run for just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, yeah, Eliezer Yudkowsky ran a forum which was talking about basically Eliezer Yudkowsky's whole thing is about accelerating towards the singularity, the point at which an AI will be able to digitize human beings and then act as our digital caretaker while we live inside a perfect world and a computer. Some wild stuff. That was what his community was kind of all about, because, you know, it promises immortality. Mencius Moldbug is a complicated figure, more complicated than Yudkowsky. It's good to start with Yudkowsky's. That stuff's relatively simple, but Mencius Moldbug is, yeah, I mean, a reactionary. He's a reactionary with a certain level of Marxist where he does understand some stuff. He refers to the like conglomerate of like people he doesn't like as what is it, like the Cathedral or something? Some real intense like conspiracy stuff. And then there's Nick Land. Nick Land is was a Marxist academic professor who taught Mark Fisher, who wrote Capitalist Realism. So like an OG in the like fucking Marxist academic scene. And then he went and lived in China for a little while. And after having lived in China, he had become a super fascist. And I don't mean that in the sense that, like, I'm just saying he's very, very fascist. I mean it like how Julius Evola, the fascist who believed in, like, how your baby ghost picks which race you're going to be. I mean that Nick Land is like a hyper-fascist, where so many people who are fascists are like uninvested, fascist actors. They work on behalf of fascism. Tommy Robinson, that's a good example. Tommy Robinson is kind of a dumb guy, right? Like, he bounces around from place to place. A lot of the time he comes in and out of movements a lot because he himself declares and seems to legitimately not like Nazis and people who openly identify as neo-Nazis. And yet he's pushing all this Islamophobia, all this white pride, all this shit. So he always attracts Nazis and then he has to leave these movements. So like, that's Tommy Robinson, you know? It's like, he doesn't necessarily call himself a fascist. He just is one. He's just always leaving. He's just always leaving things because there's Nazis in it. One of his assault charges was actually he headbutted a Nazi in the face because the Nazi was there at his Tommy Robinson's EDL rally, and he was like, no, we don't want Nazis around here, and like headbutts him, and it's like, you know, sort of like, no, we don't want Nazis, headbutts him and carries on with his like stop the Islamists parade. It's that there's that like Onion headline that's like, why do these gay guys keep sucking my dick? It's just like that. Like, that's Tommy Robinson with Nazis. And by comparison, Nick Land is like, actually fascism is good. Like, that's Nick Land. I'm going to take the blue pill. By the blue pill, I mean this blue pill. My MILF pill. Estradiol. Hell yeah. Oh, good stuff. So for those who don't know, the red pill is originally a reference to estrogen. So the my blue pill is also the red pill. The Matrix is literally telling you to take red pills and become woman. It's trans femme propaganda. I'm just trying to make sure I've got the right bits here. So I'm waiting for Jess to get back for us to do the kind of book club part of this, where we're going to read a little bit, and then we're all going to discuss it together. I'm looking forward to it. I hope people like it.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hey, yeah. So
What did I miss?
I was just talking about the three characters of Neo-Reaction, of Basilisk, and how, compared to like Tommy Robinson or other fascists like this who wouldn't call themselves fascists, like Nick Land is like, fascism is good. So I think we're probably going to read like a couple of pages from like page 36 to page like 38 probably. No, probably the page start of page 39. There's like a really interesting part here discussing the red pill, that the philosophical concept of the red pill that I think is super interesting, and that's why I want to discuss it today, because I think it's super interesting. Yeah, Jess, what else have you come across so far in reading it?
So I already knew a bit about Nick Land and the CCRU, because I had a friend who was super interested in it. So I was exposed a little bit to...
Interested like the way that Elizabeth Sandifer is interested, or interested like a fan?
No, interested in the same way that Elizabeth Sandifer is, which is just like, this is wild. Like... Yeah, like it's wild in that it could legitimately be satire, but you cannot tell because it's played completely straight, and you have no idea if it's something that he legitimately believes or not.
Yep. It's fascinating stuff.
So I found that to be really interesting.
Yeah.
The red pill part is interesting as well, and just and the way that they use it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There's just so much.
Well, let me, before we go into reading that bit, I'll just say one of my favorite bits. One of the bits where I like read and then I really started like recommending to people, because I was like, oh shit, this is actually really good. I think this copy that I've got, oh no, I found it now. Cool, that's good. Was this bit where they're recounting Rocco's Basilisk. So
oh, right. Yes. I had heard of this already.
Yeah.
But I didn't really understand it in the way that...
Did you hear about it through computer science people? Because that's how I heard about it first.
Through what?
Computer science people.
I'm sure that I did.
Right. So Yudkowsky, as I said before, for everyone in chat, as I just said before, Yudkowsky ran this forum where they were discussing, like the best ways to get to an artificial intelligence that could preserve all of humankind immortally as digital entities. And the community really fell apart really, really hard after this thing called Rocco's Basilisk. Rocco was a user on the forum who proposed an idea really fucked them all up, which was that, which like is so perfect because it's so circular, like it preys so perfectly on the mindset of this type of guy, but like doesn't
Right.
actually
It was
make
using
sense.
their
Like
own assumptions against them.
right, like if you think about it, it doesn't really make sense. But like for these guys, it's terrifying. It's that if an AI is going to be digitizing you, then it can read all the thoughts you've ever had. And if you've ever thought anything rebellious against the AI, or you simply, or it might go even further, it might decide that you didn't try hard enough to help to make it happen sooner, to create the AI, and then when it digitizes you, it might keep you in digital torment and torture for eternity. And therefore, you should dedicate every waking moment to try, and all your money, to trying to bring about the creation of the AI. And this just destroyed their community.
If you're a big boy smarty pants enough to think about this AI, and you don't do everything you can to bring it about,
right,
then the AI knows that you would have been motivated
yeah,
if in the future it torments you eternally.
Right, it's temporal blackmail. The AI is blackmailing you in the future with the possibility of how it might act in the future.
Right.
And so did they just reinvent Catholicism? That's very funny, Tony. Here's why. The bit that I was reading, and then this is like one of the first like big laughs I've had reading political theory, right? And this is when I started like recommending this book to everyone, was when at the end of describing that, she says, theology buffs will recognize this as Pascal's wager. I just lost it, honestly. So Pascal's wager is that you have everything to gain from believing in God and
potentially everything to lose.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I was trying to remember if it was nothing. Yeah, it's everything to gain from believing in God, i.e. you go to heaven, and everything to lose from not, because you go to hell. Which, like, within the Christian belief system, valid. Outside the Christian belief system, not valid. And it's exactly the same with Yudkowsky's guys and Rocco's Basilisk. If you already believe in this, right, then there's an extra layer, right? Like, if you already believe in it, then you're one of these guys who has this particular, like, mindset, an emotional mindset, where you believe that something would, like, be that vengeful and hateful towards you simply for not helping it more, you know? It's, you know, in the same way
right.
that...
Well, it's not necessarily that it's hateful towards you. It's that you have this very particular mindset where you are motivated by this alternate reality version of yourself.
Yes.
And therefore, the AI knows that that's a motivation for you, and therefore would torture you.
Yeah. So likening it to Pascal's wager, it's like within the Christian theology, you could just believe that actually God doesn't require you to believe and is a kinder, gentler God than that, and like accepts people who don't believe, you know? But the Christian teaching says otherwise. And in the same way, Yudkowsky's teaching says that an AI would be this kind of like blackmailing, extortionate entity, and their community backs up that belief. So you believe it when you're told that the AI would do that to you.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like finding out, being taught that God will torment you forever if you don't do everything exactly
right,
like in line with it, and then like at that point you can't feign ignorance anymore. You can't be like, oh, well, I just, you know, God could just be like really kind and everything. It's like,
right.
No, you've already thought about this potentially vengeful God.
Right.
It's too late now. Like God, if that vengeful
you
God
thought
is
about
real,
God being a
will
piece
know
of
that
shit.
You thought about him.
Right.
And he'll punish
right.
you for
right.
then going against him.
Exactly. Okay. So here's where we're going from. It's on page 36 in the printed book, which again has this really nice cover, which is going off of I believe that the original title is like Europe: A Prophecy. Sandifer references this in the title essay, and has this really nice palimpsest effect where they're like covering over and then writing over like that character does in the Book Thief. And it's actually got double palimpsest because it was published with Elizabeth Sandifer's dead name, and then she's like new label over covering up that as well. I don't know, kind of fun. So is this a good size for people to be reading? Is this good? We're going from hell, just look at the Matrix. So we're going to read for a little bit, and then we're going to discuss. So what I want to discuss just now is this discussion of the Matrix and the red pill in Neo-Reaction to Basilisk, because this is a piece of theory that I keep referencing in regard to the type of neo-reactionary that these guys are, i.e. reactionaries who have some level of Marxist analysis and understanding. And it's very interesting anyway. And last stream I was referencing it again. I was just like, well, you know what? We should just do it. Page 37, actually. Okay. So we are jumping in at the middle, so I'll try and back up and like explain stuff where it's necessary. And Jess, feel free to pull me up if you think that I'm kind of going ahead without explaining stuff too well.
All right.
So hell, just look at the Matrix, where the red pill trip literally goes through the looking glass, transitioning into the biomechanical body horror of Neo awakening in his pod, tentacular wires violating him and drilling orifices into his skin, his body pumped with nutrient sludge and sedatives. This is the drugs method of action literalized, an alien thing that plugs into our biology and reshapes our consciousness. And it is the very embodiment of the cathedral. So, here we go, side note. That's what I was saying before. Moldbug and Land references it as well, but as far as I can tell, Land is making fun of Moldbug when he references it. But Moldbug believes in this the cathedral, and it's the establishment basically. It's because Moldbug is a conspiracist. The cathedral is all the people in charge of the world, but they as an organized force. It's kind of like the globalists, right? That's a good way to I think a good way of quickly summarizing it. It's this typical kind of conspiracy theorist belief.
Except it's liberal democracy as a whole. It's not just a subsect of liberal democracy.
Yeah, I'd say okay, that's a good point. Right. Yeah, okay, I suppose I need to take a diversion then. Moldbug believes that liberalism, progressivism, and leftism rule the world through a system of social change. So where, as I say, he has some degree of Marxist analysis and power analysis, he believes that there are these guys who run the world, and then the way that people are protesting and pushing things forwards, that's just part of the same system, right? That's all just driving this wheel of history that's all one system of control, as opposed to viewing it as as a traditional Marxist would, which is a class war between the earning class and the working class.
Yeah, the way that I was looking at this, and this may be wrong, but the way that I was looking at this is looking at, because capitalism was a thing that was conceived of and was invented.
Yeah.
Marxists look at that and be that means we can change it to something better.
Right.
Moldbug looks at that and says that's a conspiracy, and actually,
you are actually explaining it better. You're doing a better job. that is a good way of describing. So what I was gonna get at was his ultimate plan of action. Okay, he has an ideal world and he has a plan of action, and they're not the same thing. His ideal world is one in which a just and perfect philosopher king rules over us all in full authoritarianism. And one of his picks for who this would be like Steve Jobs. Because he thinks that, although he thinks that capitalism and the establishment and all of this are a conspiracy, he also believes that the free market is a meritocracy and like picks out good, cool people. And so believes that Steve Jobs is a cool guy who should rule the world.
Yeah, it is like a return to feudalism, except just very strange. It's not exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a techno-feudalism. It's like I don't know. Yeah, I guess a neo-feudalism. Yeah. His plan of action is not the same as his ideal world. His plan of action is essentially accelerationism. So when leftist accelerationists want to, like, they cheer on things getting worse. Like, they cheer on, I don't know, the shit going on in Texas or whatever, because it's exposing the contradictions in capitalism, and capitalism will implode and all of this stuff, which, if anything, like, even within Marx's own lifetime, he saw that that was not the case and was not happening. It's a very silly belief system. Capitalism isn't simply going to collapse under its own weight. This was one of the points I was making with the Bill Gates stuff. Like, they will keep finding a way. You have to actively push to change things.
I think that it will eventually, but the collapse is not necessarily going to collapse.
Right.
It ends with the destruction of the world. It doesn't end with
right. So Marx predicted the spread of class consciousness, the collapse of capitalism, the emergence of a dictatorship of the proletariat, and then lower phase socialism, and then higher phase communism. And I don't think that's going to naturally occur. I think it's like, you can take lessons from that kind of theory, but I don't think that's it. And I think the parallel power, and I think the kind of stuff that Kropotkin says about giving people bread is the much more important lessons to be learning.
It is true that capitalism is unsustainable and will eventually collapse in on itself.
Right, but as you say, it's much more likely to collapse in on itself and destroy the world than collapse in on itself and just give way to socialism. If it gave way to socialism somewhere, again with the Bill Gates stuff, it's much more likely it collapses in America, it collapses in Europe, and it gives way to social democracy, and then gives way to maybe democratic socialism in these countries, but it's imperialist socialism that benefits off of capitalism in the rest of the world.
Yeah.
If not, honestly, just like outright neocolonialism, where it's like much more grim. Moldbug's plan of action to enable this accelerationism and defeat the cathedral is to do nothing.
Literally.
He literally believes, literally nothing. He believes that you do nothing, because he believes that anything to push against the establishment is just part of the cathedral's plan, whereby you rebel, right? Pardon me. And then if you do that, you're just playing their game. So the way to bring about the end is to live the ultimate conformist trad life. And he wants to encourage as many people as possible to do this. It's interesting that these guys reference the Matrix so much, because, the architect in the Matrix is kind of making this point, right? He's kind of saying how he's co-opted revolutions in the past, and the revolutions have been part of his system to control and dominate humanity. But that's a lesson.
It's like a hyper Jordan Peterson, like, don't change the world. It's foolish to assume that you even could just clean your room.
Well, but what's
it's taken to this hyper place. It's not just
this is a sneak peek of my upcoming script with Sarah about the Matrix sequels, but 2 points here, right? One, that thing with the architect, which I am so sure Moldbug is basing some of these ideas off, right? Is a historical analog for how capitalism and capitalist establishment has co-opted revolutions and co-opted revolutionary imagery and this kind of these kind of Gramscian ideas of recuperation, right? That's what the architect is getting at. But Moldbug instead is like, yes, leftists are part of the problem. Point 2, in Matrix Reloaded, Smith shows up at the start and gives them his earpiece and says, give this to Neo and say thank you. He set me free. And that's Smith literally co-opting the revolutionary language of Neo and his pals because Smith is a fascist. And as he's depicted in the Matrix sequels, in part, he is literally the fascists who didn't understand the first Matrix and do things like say the red pill to mean fascism. Like, while Moldbug definitely watched The Matrix Reloaded and took away from it that the architect is saying, like, leftists are bad, right? At the same time, the main antagonist of the Matrix sequels is, like, in part mocking exactly that guy. Anyway, Smith is going to be, like, a big part of the script because, like, Smith is a fascinating character. Smith might be the best villain in, like, anything ever, honestly. Let's carry on with The Matrix. I think we've covered it all now. That's the cathedral. Right. It is the very embodiment of the cathedral, a sustained dream world that is Western liberal democracy. This brings us to the third thing to realize, which is that there are two drugs in Moldbug's and the Wachowskis' formulation. Neo Reaction's red pill and the cathedral's blue. In popular conception, this is a freedom-bondage distinction, the psychedelic liberation of the red pill versus a life as a sedated zombie via the blue pill. But we've already seen enough to realize that the dualism's not that simple. Are we going to... No, it's fine. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not going off the screen. Dualisms. Oh, jeez. Why is everything misaligned in here? Dualism's not that simple. Okay. The dualism's not that simple. It's more important that they're both drugs and thus instruments of control than that one is calling its form of freedom, calling its form of control freedom. And to its credit, The Matrix makes no bones about this. Conspicuously, it is the blue pill that is framed in terms of freedom and awakening. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. And indeed, it's an exit. It's the red pill that's described... as a decision to stay in Wonderland. Indeed, the red pill is an agent of surveillance. Once Neo takes it, it's revealed to be part of a trace program designed to disrupt your input-output carrier signal so we can pinpoint your location. Beat that for authoritarian control. So this is all, like, understanding Moldbug's, like, formulation. I think she's being a little unkind to the Wachowskis, because I think, honestly, that the Wachowskis are, like, really fucking on the money with the red pill stuff, but, like, way more so in the sequels. Whatever, I'll get to this all in my video. The Matrix sequels are good, actually. The Matrix sequels are really good, and there's a lot going on there that people don't appreciate. One thing I would say, for example, is that the Oracle hands out little red candies in the Matrix sequels, which she doesn't in the first film. So the first film is all about this, like, great awakening kind of thing, whereas, like, which is a useful metaphor for your first realization that, like, leftist, your first steps into communism, but it's a much better metaphor for, like, fascist thought, right? Because that's all kind of one complete narrative getting, like, handed to you. There, you've been red-pilled, whereas leftist theory is a much more ongoing process of learning. So in the sequels, there's a much better metaphor of the red pill, right? Which is when you meet with the Oracle, she keeps giving you little red pills. Like, if you watch it, she's literally got little red candies. And she just keeps handing out little red pills all the time. I don't know. It's good. Okay. Though if we're counting drugs and not pills, we're at 3, not 2. If drugs are instrumental of control, if drugs are instruments of external control, then the Matrix surely counts. It's an induced perception of reality, after all. Indeed, that's basically how it's presented to us when Neo wakes up, with all those tubes pumping things into him. And while it might be tempting to simply equate the blue pill with the Matrix, they're clearly distinct. The blue pill is not what generates the perception of the Matrix that comes from a completely different source, the Resistance, than the Matrix's creators. One consequence of this realization is that the cathedral ought to be considered a drug too, although that's going to require some serious unpacking, so let's set it aside for now. Of more immediate concern is the nature of the blue pill. Not obviously in the movie, where one assumes it's just a basic sedative, but in the larger sense of Moldbug's thought. I love thinking about Moldbug thought, by the way. This is what I mean when I say that I reference this all the time, and then that's why we decided to read this today. Because, like, yeah, I just, like, yeah, I just find it funny thinking about this fucking dweeb who just, like, insists that, the best way to rebel is to conform. Like, this guy who's like, the best way, we should have Steve Jobs as a benevolent dictator, and the best way to change the world is to do absolutely nothing. Yeah, anyway.
Their relationship to authority is just incredibly interesting.
I know, I'm so, like, this simping libertarian. I don't know, it's so interesting. Anyway. Okay. Moldbug's thought. In the larger sense of Moldbug's thought. When he first boasts of his red pill concept, he says, "We've all seen the Matrix. We know about red pills. Many claim to sell them. You can go, for example, to any bookstore and ask the guy behind the counter for some Noam Chomsky. What you'll get is blue pills soaked in red number 3. He's so embarrassing. All right. In contrast with these many dyed blue pills, his red pill is one of a kind, raw and unfinished with its famous sodium metal core. This is the key difference between the two pills. The red pill only needs to be taken once, whereas the blue pill must be taken again and again. This is true at least implicitly within the film. The blue pill is waking up inside the Matrix and being free to assess your drug-addled perceptions and come to a conclusion about the nature of the world. This happens roughly...
Hold on.
What's up?
For people who may not be familiar, when he says his red pill is one of a kind, raw and unfinished with the famous sodium metal core, that's a reference to earlier in the book.
Yeah.
Where he says that his pill is one pill you take and it's gonna burn and scar your throat. It's gonna be so awful for you. And that's what that's referencing, is that it's like it's gonna destroy your life if you take this pill, but it's also gonna change it.
Yep. Yep. He's so embarrassing. That's what I mean. He's just so fascinating, but so cringe. I love him. Okay, where are we at to? This is the key difference between the two pills. No, I already did that bit. The blue pill is waking up inside the Matrix and being free to assess your drug-addled perceptions and come to a conclusion about the nature of the world. This happens roughly every morning. Indeed, by the time Neo's tripping balls and covered in mirror, he's already done this 3 times in the film. Again, it's important to contrast the blue pill and the Matrix itself. The blue pill is taken repeatedly, whereas the Matrix is administered continuously. It is not many, but all. It would, of course, be terribly bitchy to point out that Mencius Moldbug's verbose and multi-part blogging style is rather more resembling of the blue pill's method of administration than the red pill's. Right.
Yeah, he's got like nine parts of his essay.
Yep.
And the last 9 is in 3 sub parts. It's basically, that's part of what the author goes on about, is that he says he has this one solid pill that's going to ruin your life, but he just never gets there. He just never delivers on that promise.
Right. So, just skipping ahead a little bit. What's really striking is Moldbug's repeated insistence on the agony of ingestion. This is the thing Jess was just saying about. While a fair description of his writing style, owned, it's rather hard to see what he actually intends to refer to in terms of Neo reaction. And this is clearly a definitional thing about the red pill. It doesn't just offer the truth, it offers the searing and traumatic truth. That's the entire point of Joe Pantoliano's character in The Matrix, who, having taken the red pill, has decided that the Matrix was his preferred drug after all, a position that is not so much refuted as set aside when its sole proponent is impaled. And Moldbug is visibly desperate to believe what he's got, despite the almost painful lack of agony. Joe Pantoliano's character is... Sorry, Jess, if I'm messing up that Italian pronunciation. I know, Italian culture is very important to you.
Mamma mia.
Joe Pantoliano's character in The Matrix is Cypher, and Cypher is almost definitely Buck Angel. Let's just take a little detour. Let's take a little detour, everyone. It's tangent time. Woo! Okay. Cypher. Matrix. I was tweeting about this shit when I was watching The Matrix the other day. February 20th. Transgender holiday. Transgender holiday. Get high and watch The Matrix Day. This guy, I was tweeting, if I was watching this any of the previous times, I would be like, damn, this guy is absurdly villainous, villainous looking. Too villainous. It's ridiculous. But this time around, I'm like, no, that's just what Buck Angel looks like in real life. Because for those who don't know, Buck Angel was like a piece of shit, well-known fucking infamous piece of shit within the trans community for a long time, including before the making of this, and then actually outed Lana Wachowski because he was jealous. I think she was sleeping with his ex or his girlfriend or something. He fucking outed her to the press. And so Cypher in the film, right, is someone who has been given the red pill and has woken up, right, and realized the real world and realized his real body and so on, in the same ways that we see that Neo, the same way that we see that Neo does, and that we understand that Trinity already did. Right? This is the transgender allegory. Trinity is a fully transitioned trans woman. If you watch the club scene with Trinity and Neo, again, it's the transest fucking thing you've ever seen. Like, she shows up and he's like, he's like, I know you from like hacking online, you're Trinity. I thought you were a guy. And she's like, most guys do. And then she's like propositioning him. There's this very like sexual like scene. Like she's like whispering in his ear and like leaning up against him and all this stuff. And she's talking to him about like how he can be free and how he needs to find the people who can help him and like help him get out and change and be free. And it's like she could literally just be like having a conversation with him about like fucking endocrinologists. It's insane. Cypher has been freed in the same way that all the other characters have. He's out, right? But what he desperately wants is to be back in, right? And that doesn't mean, just to be clear, it doesn't mean that in the allegory that he wants to detransition. It means he wants to believe he's cis. And the Matrix is very clear with this, because in this scene, which you're seeing, here, he's meeting with the agents and he's telling them, put me back in the Matrix, make me like a rich guy or something, right? He wants to be ahead in the system and ignorant of it. That's the thing he wants. Like he explicitly says, like make me like a rich guy, not important enough to have any responsibilities, just like rich, right? In the allegory of Buck Angel, he wants to believe he's a cis man. Belief is very important to the Matrix. Again, I'm trying not to go like end up doing my entire script right now, but like it's a very, very important thing. Religious communism ends up being a huge theme of the second of the sequels. Morpheus's belief, the Oracle's prophecies, all of these, belief is a huge, huge deal. And what Buck Angel, what the villain character, what Cypher wants in the allegory, in the trans allegory, is to believe he's a cis man, right? Because he just wants to go back to sleep, not think about it. He wants to have forgotten. He wishes he took that blue pill. He tells that to Neo explicitly. And then when he betrays them, there's this really just fucking heartrending scene. Like, there's a character, Switch, who was originally going to be played by different gendered different gendered actors in and out of the Matrix. Like, in the allegory, I guess it's kind of like maybe they're transitioning still or whatever, but like just to really hammer home the point of like the trans allegory of it. And when Cypher pulls the plug on one of their comrades, she's there holding his like body that's just gone limp in the Matrix, and she's saying, not like this, not like this. And it's because she can see that she, like, it's happening like she always knew it would happen. That there's such a real trans fear. And again, relating back to Buck Angel outing Lana Wachowski to the fucking cis transphobic press, because he's such a fucking scumbag. The guy's as close to like a trans fucking supervillain as we have in real life. He's such a fucking scumbag, right? She's saying not like this because she's always known that she would be killed by people who were her allies, betrayed and murdered, right? And it's the same. It's just so fucking real. And then he pulls the plug on her too. And then he's talking about how he's going to kill Trinity and he's going to kill Neo and he's going to get to go back to sleep, which is what he wants. And this is what I mean about him. What he ultimately wants is to believe he's a cis man, because then this interaction happens. Tank gets up, who Cypher thought he murdered, and Tank has his gun. And Cypher says, I don't believe it. And Tank says, believe it or not, you piece of shit, you're still gonna burn. And he fucking blasts him away. And that's it, though, because belief is so central to the Matrix. Like, it's the singular word that is said the most in the entire film, believe. Him saying, I don't believe it, and then Tank saying, believe it or not, right? It's so central to this character. Like, he wants to believe this thing, and he's sold everyone else out so that he can try and believe this thing, you know? And then he's just like, believe it or not, you piece of shit. Anyway, that's Cypher and Buck Angel. And then just to confirm, just to hang on, do I have safe search turned on? Whatever, it's fine.
Okay. I'm interested to see where this goes.
Anyway, that's what Buck Angel looks like.
Oh, okay.
Just like, you know, it's very consciously the same dude. It's like, it's very consciously just the same guy. Like I said, he outed her to the press. It's the same character, right?
Yes.
Sorry about that long tangent. I just watched The Matrix the other day, and it really like blew me away being able to see all the trans stuff in it this time. I mean, I would, if it were a different movie, I would just go straight for the allegory. I could see the code, I could see the Matrix, but like I could. It was just like, oh fuck, I really get what this movie is about this time. I did a thread about it if anyone's curious. Yeah, I did a thread about it. So
Great. So again, that's the character played by Joe Pantoliano.
Okay, let's go. Okay.
You didn't see the hand movements I was doing, but they were very emphatic.
Well, I feel like I missed out now. Okay. But look, Moldbug isn't insincere. Are we on the right bit? Shit, I need to go here. Right. But look, Moldbug isn't insincere. If he says the red pill is agonizing to swallow, we can safely assume that he at least is agonized. So the question becomes what precisely Moldbug finds agonizing in his own thought, which is closely related to the question of what his monstrous offspring looks like. What's the moment in his reasoning that he doesn't want to be there? He says that it's part 9A of the gentle introduction, which begins after several parts not mentioning anything like the red pill at all. Today you begin your irreversible descent into black, unthinkable madness. Oh boy. But let's continue with our Moldbug is sincere principle and assume that after his 8-part build-up, he really is delivering what he imagines to be the goods. Certainly part 9A marks a turning point as he explains it between the first 8 parts that explain what history really is and what it really has to teach us, and the finale that offers a program of action. Oh yeah, we're getting to this stuff. We're getting to the good stuff. This is the stuff I was exactly talking about. So what is the program of action? It's not, to be clear, putting Steve Jobs in charge. That's Moldbug's wish, but he isn't actually proposing it as a plan of action. Actually, Moldbug is being refreshingly realistic here, trying to come up with the program that can be enacted on an individual level. As he conceptualizes it, the idea is to be political engineers designing a backup system that will kick in when American democracy inevitably goes south. Pardon me. And the first step of this backup system is, as he puts it, becoming worthy, by which he means the embrace of a doctrine he calls passivism. He describes it thusly: the steel rule of passivism is absolute renunciation of official power. We note instantly that any form of resistance to sovereignty, so long as it succeeds, is a share in power itself. Thus, absolute renunciation of power over USG... Moldbug's idiosyncratic way of referring to the US government. Sorry, it's got a footnote. It's me reading from the footnote there. USG is the US government. Implies absolute submission to the structure. And suddenly the abyss gazes also. Moldbug has stared into the truth of history, seen that it is a massive pack of lies designed purely to justify the corrupt status quo, and the only thing he can think to do about it is to submit entirely to the status quo. Make no mistake, he wants to burn it all down. He says flatly that he considers American democracy to be morally comparable to Nazi Germany, declaring that they are both criminal regimes which history will rejoice to see abolished, because I feel that Washington can no less escape the crimes of Moscow than the Wehrmacht can escape the crimes of the SS. Whatever the fuck he means by that. He's just so much. He's just such a precious boy. Oh god. Alright. We'll just leave B the idea that the crimes of Moscow are the worst of Washington's sins. He wants desperately to be a revolutionary, but because he wants to rebel against the entire process of historical progress, he has to forswear demonstrations, press releases, suicide bombs, lawsuits, dirty bombs, Facebook campaigns.
Maybe you don't read this whole this whole section.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good way to get the video taken down.
Yeah, I think that's valid. Anyway, it's all this stuff. But it's also like extra point, it's just fucking long. Anyway, he forswears everything. You can't do anything. He abandons the term citizen in favor of subject, accepting the irrevocable yoke of slavery. No wonder he's in terrified agony. So, this stuff is all a build-up to explaining, like, this idea of the red pill as a party drug. So this is the kind of concept that it gets examined there, but I think that's kind of the important groundwork to understand it, rather than reading the bit on its own. Did you read this bit, Jess?
Which bit?
It's the bit about how the red pill allows you to sort of step outside of yourself, and it's a trip, basically.
I'm sure I did. Does it slowly transition into the red pill requires that you, like, that nothing change because you have to you're stepping outside to view in, and if everyone else stepped out
Yeah.
with you, there would be nothing to view in.
Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to get at today, so that people, if you're regulars to the stream and if you want to, stick around and, chat about this stuff, this is the piece that I kind of wanted to communicate, and I'm going to keep on referencing, because I think it's a really, really interesting analysis of a specific kind of person's understanding of theory and of analysis. I particularly mean... No, I'm not saying party drugs are inherently bad. Why would I be saying that? if I said it's like the red pill is like milk, would I be saying milk is inherently bad? But in particular, like people who have a Marxist analysis but lean towards reaction, or are trying to form a red-brown alliance, or are just pushing this kind of politics. Also, like in a big way, and this so much aligns with Moldbug as well. Duma leftists. Okay, it's this idea. It's this idea that this isn't what Moldbug is saying. To be clear, this is, I think, a valuable insight. This is Moldbug's perspective. This is a good analysis of Moldbug's perspective. That the red pill, and this is for all the neo-reactionaries, the red pill is like it's a trip for them, right? It's not for you to be freed and then be on the outside so that you can reach in and get more people out. Because again, that kind of allegory is there for a really particular reason in the original Matrix. It's transgendered. Like, Trinity, the role she plays in the film... Sorry for turning off my webcam, I had to refocus it. The role she plays in the film is she is a fully transitioned trans woman who is fucking hot as hell and the coolest person in the film, and she owns, and like you're supposed to see her and be like, oh fuck, I want to be her. And that's the same thing that she's doing to Neo in the film, which is that she shows up and she says, I can set you free, and she helps him to get out of the Matrix, right? One of the things I want to predict on the end of our Matrix sequels video is that maybe Keanu Reeves will only play Neo's physical IRL body in Matrix 4. It is possible. There's literally in the Matrix MMO, there's like evidence / a strong theory that Neo went back into the Matrix and got to live as a woman. It's a real thing. And the Matrix MMO is like sanctioned by the Wachowskis to some degree. Anyway, Moldbug and other reactionaries, their metaphor of the red pill is not one where you exit and go on the outside by taking the red pill, and then you're able to help other people to take it and exit from the Matrix. Instead, you live all the time in the Matrix, right? And what you get is to take a trip outside, see the Matrix from outside, and feel really smug. And then go back in. And that's essentially what you're seeing here, like what we've been covering here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Stream keeps freezing? Oh no. Is that a problem for everybody? Anyway, it's a good book in general, and I hope you all enjoyed the reading of that. And it was definitely less frustrating than the last book we were reading.
Oh, were you done with that?
Do you think there's more that we should cover?
There's more than I want to cover.
Then please do. I mean, you could direct me to a page if you want me to go read a section.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Specifically, page 58 into 59.
Yep.
That explains just really interestingly the association that these people have with authority in a really interesting way.
This is on my copy, this is the stuff about, this is a bunch about Rocco's basilisk again.
So,
I'll read it, but I'm just like, is that what you mean?
Let's see. Where would be a good point to start? So, after a small passage from the fanfic about Harry Potter.
Oh my god. It's like Harry Potter and the Principles of Logic or something?
The Methods of Rationality.
Oh my god. It's so precious.
There's a paragraph that says, yes, it's clear that Yudkowsky is
clear
at times.
Oh.
And that's on page like 58. I think it would
page
be good
58
to start
starts
reading at,
page 58 starts section 3 of the title essay for me.
Okay, so then the next page after that.
Okay. I really want to read the Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality.
Yeah, it'll take longer, but it'll be worth it if you want to take the time to do it.
Yeah, I think it's the funniest fucking thing in the entire world. I'm sorry. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. I gotta. It's too good. Yeah, okay, I'll do it. Alright. So anyway, that's what I wanted to cover. Sorry, just to sum up, that's what I wanted to cover about the red pill today. It's just a piece of theory they reference a lot, and people were curious about it and wanted to hear about it, so now we've covered it. There we go. But there's loads of interesting stuff in this book, and I mean, frankly, yeah, I'm happy to cover like whatever you want from here today, Jess, and like if there's other stuff you want to cover here more as you read more, like it's just a super fascinating book. Anyway, there's also like an essay on TERFs. Sorry, I'm getting too distracted.
Yeah. Do you wanna start reading? But there's another angle that must be considered. On the page that starts section 3.
Yes. There's another angle that must be considered. Just as we approach the premises of Rocco's Basilisk with an eye towards understanding what purpose they served, let us approach the question of what sort of error Yudkowsky is fleeing from a pragmatic standpoint. As with most things regarding Yudkowsky, it is worth recalling that he is an autodidact, meaning self-taught, who was manifestly ill-suited to the American education system. I will admit that I was merely the bright kid who annoyed his teachers a fair amount, but I can still speak with some authority and say that the overwhelmingly characteristic experience of this state of affairs is the experience of being furiously, impotently aware that someone with power over you is massively and fundamentally wrong about something. Indeed, Yudkowsky writes a compelling account of this experience in Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, one of the more blatant moments of using Harry as an authorial mouthpiece. At one point, Professor McGonagall expresses concern based on the way Harry acts that he might have been abused, which Harry angrily refutes, offering the following alternative explanation for why he is the way he is. "I'm too smart, Professor. I've got nothing to say to normal children." Adults don't... Sorry, I love this so much. It's the stupidest... Alright, I've got nothing to say to normal children. Adults don't respect me enough to really talk to me, and frankly, even if they did, they wouldn't sound as smart as Richard Feynman, so I might as well read something Richard Feynman wrote instead. I'm isolated, Professor McGonagall. I've been isolated my whole life. Maybe that has some of the same effects as being locked in a cellar, and I'm too intelligent to look up to my parents the way that children are designed to. My parents love me, but they don't feel obliged to respond to reason, and sometimes I feel like they're the children who won't listen and have absolute authority over my whole existence. I try not to be too bitter about it, but I also try to be honest with myself. So, yes, I'm bitter. And I also have an anger management problem, but I'm working on it. That's all. Honestly, better than My Immortal. Just powerful. Here we go. Yes, it's clear that Yudkowsky is at times one of the most singularly punchable people in the entire history of the species, and to be fair, Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality is unequivocal about the fact that Harry is, but there's something genuinely moving about this passage, and moreover, that something is a fundamental part of Yudkowsky's appeal. Indeed, it's in some ways the most basic similarity between him and Moldbug. They're both animated by an entirely sympathetic anger that people with power are making obvious and elementary errors. But what's really important is how this sheds light on what exactly Yudkowsky is fleeing from, and in turn why the basilisk is the monster lurking at the heart of his intellectual labyrinth. That's Rocco's basilisk we were referring to earlier, just so to be clear. Yudkowsky isn't running from error, he's running from the idea of authority. The real horror of the basilisk is that the AI at the end of the universe is just another third-grade teacher who doesn't care if you understand the material, just if you apply the rote method being taught. As many have noted, Rocco's basilisk shares the numerous structural similarities to the 17th century argument Pascal's wager, which is generally described as an argument for why you should believe in God, but can also fairly be called a philosophical horror story about mathematics. Its historical significance is based on the way in which it's situated not just in Pascal's religious philosophy, but in his work as one of the pioneers of the field of probability, which he developed with Pierre de Fermat, following the 16th century work of Girolamo Cardano. Sorry, Jess. But, mamma mia. But what is key is the particular vision of God that Pascal had to turn to in order to spring his trap. Probability had proven tremendously effective at banishing the peculiar gods of gamblers' superstitions, a feat gestured to in the very name of Pascal's wager, but in doing so it opened the door to a singularly nasty view of God that amounts to the theological equivalent of the men with guns who kick down your door in the middle of the night. The similarities to Yudkowsky's form of rationality, based as it is in a more contemporary theory of probability than Pascal's prototypical one, are pronounced, and right down to the authoritarian horror of the God we are rationally obliged to bow to. Should I carry on, or I think that's...
No,
cool.
That's pretty much what I wanted to really...
Well, since this is your section, I'm just going to enjoy some soup and hear your thoughts.
Yeah, specifically, like that tying it in with Pascal's wager is I think important, but what I found most interesting is the paragraph earlier about the real horror of the basilisk is that the AI that these people who have been spending all of their time formulating and then trying to prove the existence of is the real horror is that the AI that they have been spending so much time at the end of the universe. It's just another third-grade teacher who doesn't care if they understand the material, but if they applied the rote method being taught. It is this that is just so interesting to look at their relationship with authority in that way, that they can see the absolute issue with authority being held by people who don't understand and have complete control over their lives.
Yeah.
But when they get down to it, the reason why they have to just do nothing is because they can't reconcile this issue of authority.
Yes. I think that's so exactly it. And I think that's really interesting from Moldbug as well. When you say reconcile, I think that's so exactly it, because like Moldbug, as I was saying earlier, is this libertarian, to begin with at least. Like that's where he's sort of like the very first like coming from. And then he winds up at the place where you just should obey. Like you just should completely give in and submit and obey. Sorry, I keep on having my camera defocus. There we go. It's so fascinating to me as well, like, because, yeah, it's that same thing, like, yeah, when you said reconcile, right, he believes, when he sees someone he identifies with, like Steve Jobs, like, he sees someone who has just been in the right place at the right time to, like, catch his imagination, and he basically sees himself in this person. And he says, this person could be in charge, and I would like that. Whereas anybody else being in charge, I wouldn't like that, you know? He can imagine this person who he essentially views as being himself, right? But, like, if it's anyone else, the fundamentally just, like, the sheer, like, surrendering any of your agency, any of that, like, responsibility over your life to somebody else is, like, terrifying. Because they might be stupid, basically. Like,
Yeah, these are comp authority libertarians. Like compet, where you can imagine that like there's a boyfriend out there that's totally fictional, but I would totally date him. I'm totally heterosexual. But in reality, it's never gonna happen because you're not heterosexual.
That's a good analogy.
And as soon as it starts to get real, you're gonna bail on it.
They're comp orth libertarians.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting, and it's really interesting especially when, like, Marx's analysis, or for that matter Kropotkin's, right, is something based in trust. Like, what they're getting at, that it's a system where the power is in the hands of everyone, and not in a sense that, like, for those who haven't seen Tom Nichols' new video about cancel culture, I'm in it towards the end. I kind of consulted a bit on the script. There's this concept
really
of like, yeah, I loved the video. Oh, you say I was good?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I said you're really good in it.
Okay.
You feel like your acting is like actually really on point.
Oh, thank you. I like being given up like some opportunities to act in some stuff. Yeah. I never do it for my own stuff. I feel I kind of like get afraid of writing like too much of a skit or whatever in my own stuff and feel like I'll be really bad. But then like I really appreciate the opportunity when I just basically have it like presented to me. Anyway, Tom goes over this stuff about how the history of mob psychology and the belief that like mobs act irrationally is a bunch of establishment propaganda. Essentially, like it originates with this like hyper-conservative guy who's really afraid of commoners basically and of social progress, and yeah, they just like they being Moldbug and Yukowski, but not Land. That's another thing. Land is so fascinating because I think he's actually the opposite. But maybe we can talk about that in a minute. But like a communist or leftist analysis, generally speaking, it's about democracy. It's about putting power in the hands of everyone in a horizontal structure, right? So that this is something we were talking about with like indigenous land rights on our first political stream. Like if a power plant is going to be built, right, and the plan is to build it near you, you get a say in that. This kind of thing, And it's like, that's the kind of life that these guys want to be living. They literally want to just, like, be able to have a say over everything that's, like, within their field of view. And that's something that kind of like a true democracy, direct democracy, an anarchist society, a commune, for that matter, like, even, like, an anarcho-syndicalist or, like, frankly, a Marxist-Leninist society could offer to them in a huge way, to a huge degree, but they're reactionaries. It's something that I find kind of like really interesting about like how deep does the reactionary character go? Because like when you can see someone's emotional needs in this way be so directed towards like a place where leftism would help them and would satisfy those emotional needs, and they have some degree of Marxist analysis, which both of these guys do. Why?
Yeah.
Why do they choose reaction instead? Like I say, is it just at the heart? Is it just deep inside? Like they just are reactionary? Like what is that?
It's compulsive authority. They're just
right.
They're too tied into it.
Right.
But I guess it would go further than just compulsive authority. It'd be compulsive reaction because they're not like off left. They are reactionary. Like
right. No. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, they're all like that in a huge degree. They're also just bigots and stuff. But like, and social conservatives. Yeah. I don't know. It's just like I think Dan Olson has really like cracked a big nut in terms of theory with in search of a flat Earth, and talking about how QAnon believers want to build a flat Earth. They're trying to make the world around them simpler. Because I think that applies to basically all reaction. It's just the most fundamental understanding of the reactionary mindset. They just want to build a flat Earth. They just want to reset to an imaginary time when they would have had more control in their life. That's reactionary belief at its heart. The bigoted belief is that, like, minorities are making your life too complicated. They're the problem. These things go hand in hand, and almost like the overlap is almost just a circle. But yeah, I just think it's so interesting because it's an emotional need, you know, and then that's in line with the thing, right? Like the real horror of the basilisk is that the AI at the end of the universe is just another third grade teacher who doesn't care if you understand the material, just if you apply the rote method being taught. It's just the same thing in a slightly different way, right? It's the libertarian side of the same idea, I think, right? That someone with power over you for no good reason will make your life unnecessarily complicated and frustrating. Yeah.
They put so much energy into why this AI is going to save all of humanity, and it's going to like let them live forever, immortally in like the simulated reality. And
right.
the basilisk is using that logic and being like, okay, but like also it could just torment you forever. It like
right.
You could get to the end and it is just another person in authority.
And that's very like relatable to me because like a whole bunch when I was like upset by kids who I felt were dumb in school, like that was genuinely my concern. I was just like really frustrated and thinking that they were so stupid when really like they were just other people with their own internal lives. You know, something that my mum would tell me is like, well, when you get to university, like people will be there to learn, and so they'll be better, you know, like you'll be among peers who want to be there and so on. And then that turned out to not be true. And I just think it feels like so much, it's such a relatable feeling to me. And this is one of the ways in which I say that I feel like being trans is a blessing, because I really feel like a huge part of figuring out of like adjusting away from that mindset was like also figuring out I was trans. It's just like, wow, people are just people. Like, yeah. It's that same thing anyway. Like, Yudkowsky wants to believe that there is some point later in life, right, when you go off to university or you'll go to a job you like or what, right, when the AI gets invented, eventually the dumb people will be gone. Eventually.
Well, it's more like eventually you'll be like the person, the thing at the end of the tunnel will realize that you are super special and you so much better than everyone else, and will reward you for your hard work and dedication.
Yeah.
And it just, the basilisk is using the same logic to get to that point and then saying, but the AI is actually going to torment you forever and not recognize you as the super special, like, boy that you are.
It's so distressing because it's just like, I guess when we talk about as well, yes, being trans is a blessing. Yes, absolutely. I'm still waiting for fucking tattoo shops to reopen because I'm going to get a commemorative tattoo of my transition, and I've got it designed and I've not been able to get it yet, but it's going to have the words wheat but not bread, fruit but not wine on it, because it's a whole other design, but like it's just got those words on it because of that quote. God made me trans the same way he made wheat but not bread and fruit but not wine. And I'm agnostic, but I just think that's a beautiful quote.
Yeah.
Anyway, now I got distracted. I've kind of just like looking for Nick Land memes. I kind of just want to see. I just kind of want to. I found Nick Land memes for accelerationist teens on Facebook.
I might be able to find some pretty quickly. Like I said, I had this friend who is really interested in the CCRU and Nick Land.
Yeah.
And there's like a whole channel set up in one of the servers for exactly that.
They're just so fascinating. I don't know. Also, it like when I'm talking about, by the way, when I'm talking about like Mencius Moldbug and the relationship to the Matrix, A Gentle Introduction to Unqualified Reservations, which is what Sandefur was referencing a whole bunch there. Like the cover of it is like deliberately evocative of the Matrix. Like Moldbug is like all about the Matrix. And so yeah, like when I wanted to cover this like red pill stuff today, and I think to a huge degree like the popularization of the red pill among reactionaries like rests with Mencius Moldbug. Like Neo-Reaction of Basilisk is just such a fascinating book because it's just this understanding that like this is where the philosophical legwork was done with these guys you've like maybe never heard of before.
I couldn't find any memes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. But yeah. Don't know, just a fascinating bunch, generally speaking.
Quick question: who is Nick Land? Well, that is a fascinating question.
That's not a quick question.
Not sure you could answer quickly.
Just not a quick question. Okay.
If you want a quick answer, read Neo-Reaction of Basilisk.
The quick relational answer is that he taught Mark Fisher. But that would make you think, oh, this is a guy I should check out. And that's not right. He taught Mark Fisher because he's a Marxist academic and he was like just a relatively normal dude, and now he's become a hyper-fascist. And that's what I was saying about before. That's what I was saying about him being, in a way, the opposite of Moldbug and Yudkowsky. Because where they are like, their emotional need is to validate this story that like you'll be a good boy and then you'll get your reward in the end. This very religious kind of story. And it's this kind of libertarian thing of like escaping from the dumb people and getting to be in charge and getting to run the show or whatever. Nick Land is like, I don't know, he's kind of the opposite. He's kind of the same. They're all reactionaries, so they obviously share a lot.
Right. Well, I think what's different is that Nick Land like understands like these other people are willfully or otherwise ignorant of like the Marxist analysis that they're doing.
Thank you.
Nick Land is fully aware of it. He's just kind of an accelerationist, and he's just like, yes, this is actually, it's not this simple, because Nick Land isn't this simple, but essentially it is just like, yes, this neo-reaction is good because
right.
I want it to accelerate the collapse. Keeping in mind that it's not a collapse into socialism, it's a collapse into the end of the world.
Yeah, it's so like, yeah. The good Nick Land meme I already know is the one that is just like Neo waking up in a pod and saying maybe hyper-fascist transhumanism is not the ideal mode of society, and then Nick Land's face is on the machine that comes to like pull him out of the pod, and Nick Land's face is on the machine, and Nick Land is saying, and yet you live under hyper-fascist transhumanism. Curious. I am very intelligent. I'm trying to find this tweet from Nick Land that says trans women are the Jews of gender, it is known. But whatever, I've just told you all the words now anyway. That's what the tweet says anyway. It's an iconic tweet from Nick Land where he says it's a known thing, trans women are the Jews of gender. It's fascinating.
It's very cool. Very cool. It's not cool, but
No.
it's incredibly fascinating.
Sometimes it's just reassuring, right? When you just have all of the worst ideas in the same place, it just like you just go.
Are you talking about what we're talking about?
Nick Land saying that trans people are the Jews of gender.
Oh yeah, just seeing someone who's like sometimes it genuinely is just like
oh, I don't need to give you another second. That's convenient.
sometimes it genuinely is just tiring dealing with people who are like transphobic but they're not racist, or they're racist but they're not ableist, or they're whatever, and like it's just like, oh, this guy's all the worst stuff. Okay. So yeah, does anyone in chat have any topics that they want to discuss today before we wrap up? Jess, thanks for highlighting that particular section. That was cool. And like I said, if there's sections of Near Reaction of Basilisk that you find interesting again and want to bring up on later streams, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll have to let you know. Like at this point, I'll have to finish reading it.
Yeah, it's a great book. Yeah. Yeah, folks, if you have any stuff you want to chat about now, like give me a message in chat. Matrix hot takes. I can run through some Matrix hot takes for the time being, but like I said, I'm making a video about it, so I don't want to kind of just give away my entire script, but I can give you the kind of shape of it. I mean, like, you know, it's not going to be the same as watching the video anyway, so I'm not really thinking that I'm going to like spoiler people and they're not going to watch it. But Goblin Breakfast says, I have a silly question, and you don't. There are no silly questions. Should one suggesting a topic prepare materials about it? If so, what materials to make talking about the topic doable? No, and I know you suggested before about talking about Poland. I just didn't do that today because I had these two topics, and one of them was very big, like going through a whole book. And I do intend to talk about Poland, and there was someone who suggested something last time, and I've forgotten it, and I'm really annoyed at myself, so I'm going to write it down this time. In fact, I'm going to literally open up a sticky notes right now, and I'm going to take down my topic suggestions here. But no, I do intend to talk about Poland probably next time, honestly. If you have like a specific angle that you want it to be talked about from, do say, because that can be really helpful, because like I say, like it's just like often, yeah, someone will be like, talk about ableism, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, like, what am I going to say, you know? But then last time we did talk about ableism, but I had to like kind of think of an angle to approach it from, if that makes sense. Yeah, so Matrix hot takes. Basically, the sequels are better. That's my hot take. In some ways, the sequels are better than the first movie, and it's really interesting because the sequels are better in ways that you can't understand until you start appreciating the sequels. And like in the same way, you might honestly think The Matrix is like just flawless. Like it's so fucking good. It's really hard to find stuff that's not good in it. And then like especially like as a philosophical work as well as just an entertaining movie. And then you go on to the sequels and you kind of realize like if you're liking things about the sequels, that's when you can start to get what isn't so good about the first one. And I think it's literally invisible when you only watch the first one. One good example would be that in the first movie, Morpheus says that there are those of us who believe in the one, right? He says this, which is like implying that it's like implying that it's like a fringe belief. Not everyone believes. Like it's not common to believe in the one and be part of this religion. But we don't see that, you know? It's not a thing we like properly see. Whereas in the sequels you get to see Zion. So you get to see that there's all this conflict in their society where Morpheus is actually this just like fringe radical character, right? He does a big speech and lots of people really like it. But like the military guy, like whose wife used to be Morpheus's girlfriend, like all this stuff. Like there's all this interesting interplay where like you get to see all that, and it's a really, really relevant theme because Morpheus kind of represents this theme of belief and of religious leftism, where like some of it is taken on faith. Like the act of believing in someone makes organizing more possible. So, for example, in the second movie, the first time Niobe appears, like they are having this like ship's captain's meeting, and when Morpheus comes into the meeting, Neo has a funny feeling, and he's sensing that Smith is nearby, and so he walks off to like run security while Morpheus is having the meeting. Neo is the like Jesus of this world. He's a really fucking important guy, but he just leaves the meeting, and like no one cares. Like they just literally don't give a fuck. They're having a meeting with Morpheus, and that's so interesting in terms of the anthropological analysis of religion, because Jesus, for example, his story was popularized by his cousin? Anyway, John the Baptist was the one who actually like made Christianity really kick off and start being a thing. And Morpheus is very much that character. Anyway, there's this political theory concept called the propaganda of the deed, which is the thing that will kickstart revolutionary action, right? Something will happen and enough people will be watching, right? And it will make it happen. It will lead to the revolution and lead to success. What's interesting about what they're showing with Morpheus is the notion of this like self-fulfilling prophecy of his belief in Neo. So it creates the propaganda of the deed, because naturally if you have this religion built around this idea of this chosen one, when that chosen one shows up, right, then everyone's watching him. Then if he's martyred, if he faces a big challenge, if he has a big victory, any number of things, they could become the propaganda of the deed way more easily, if that makes sense. So that's a big theme of it. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, so one thing I'll definitely say this in the video, but Smith is a fantastic fascist. He's like one of the best fascists in media. He's sickeningly cool. He's awesome.
Top 10 fascists.
He's probably the best villain, I think. I can't think of a better villain than anything. And like he's so good. You really have to like there are layers with his dialogue, and you can really dig in there to what's going on with him. Like in the first film, when he gives his humanity as a virus speech, you can pick apart why he's wrong if you understand enough theory and enough like anti-fascist theory especially, right? But like when he's saying humanity is a virus, right, it's easy to understand in like 2002 when these films come out and you're in this like irony poisoned Clinton Blair era of all these fucking liberals, right, are like, it's the end of history, we don't have to believe in anything, yay. And they're just like horribly irony poisoned, and everything's just like, yeah, just disgusting irony and South Park all the time. Like, they're watching these movies that are like so fucking dense with theory. You can see why they wouldn't like them. It's all very, very, very sincere. But on top of that, like, Smith is like a compelling bad guy, but you can see why these guys might just be like, oh, he has a point. Humanity kind of is like a virus. But now, in fucking 2021, under this pandemic, and we've seen all these fucking eco-fascists who are like, the birds are returning to nature, nature is healing, humanity is the real virus. Like, you're like, oh fuck, Smith is a real fascist. Like, they got this right. They had like an actual proper understanding of this shit. It's really cool. Anyway. I love the first one's monologue when he's talking about hating the Matrix. Yeah, so the whole thing with Smith, it's super interesting. Again, their understanding of like the fascist reactionary character is fantastic. You could probably apply this to some degree to Neo Reaction, to characters like Yudkowsky. Smith is like, that's the thing I hate about this place. It's the smell. You know, like, he does this shit, and it's like, he insists that there's this, like, smell of humanity, and you're like, oh, fuck, you're worried you've become human. That's what you're hating about this. And then he literally says he's worried that humans have infected him. And it's like, fuck, like, this is so into the fascist mindset. Just this desperately wanting to believe in yourself as an elevated, like, citizen with, like, more authority than others, right? And then this fear of being just like everybody else. It's so fucking good. Anyway, I'll go into it in the video. Doing a video.
Yeah. Love videos.
I really like your take on the metaphor of the agents. That will be featuring enormously. I mean, again, that's like stuff just basically to do with Smith. But yeah, the metaphor of the agent is one that like just keeps on giving. So basically, like, Morpheus explicitly says, if they aren't one of us, they're potentially one of them. Like, they're literally, he says, like, anyone we haven't unplugged is potentially an agent, right? So in talking about the trans allegory, right, it's like this metaphor of like when they spot you, the people who are still plugged into the Matrix, when they spot you, they clock you, they notice you, right, they turn into this man in the suit. And they're here to fucking fight you right now to reinforce the status quo. And that's the agents. And that's such a fantastic allegory, especially as you learn more theory. Also, you know, if you exist as some kind of minoritized person in the world, you know that's just real. Like, you know that that's just real. People just like, you know, they can tolerate your existence, but if they know that you're someone who's there, who's like challenging in some way, right, then they're gonna come and try and kill you. Weren't the Matrix sequels dumbed down by the studio? Honest question, it's not just something I heard. No, the original was. The original was in a huge way restricted from being trans. They changed the thing where the people in the growing fields were originally going to be cloud computing. Like, the Wachowskis were going to be referencing this, like, you know, like how fucking cool would that prediction have been? And instead they changed it to be their batteries, which doesn't really make sense. Yeah. There's an interesting page you can follow, Busting the White Genocide Myth in South Africa, and they recommended a great article that talked about the links between QAnon and white supremacy in South Africa. Is that something you're suggesting as a topic? I will note this down for my topic suggestions. White genocide, South Africa. I'm gonna end up rewatching the Matrix movies again, aren't I? Just hold off, because like Sarah and I are gonna do this video, and it's gonna be out in like the next few weeks or whatever. Like, we're ramping up to doing it right now. Just like I feel like genuinely with like us unpacking a ton of it, people will enjoy them more. Like, rewatched them recently, and I gotta say I loved Reloaded, but Revolutions was still a bit of a mess. Cool, you're wrong. What else is there? Have a question related to the ableism stuff from last week. There's a bit of stuff coming to light about DNRs and advocacy for people with learning difficulties. Basically, I'd appreciate a perspective that can offer an alternative to giving doctors the right to make the call. I appreciate the blind faith in doctors is flawed, but also they do kind of need to do their job. So, first off, like, the thing that's coming to light is like doctors are like okay. First off, a DNR is like signed and decided at the last point of someone's like capacity and like control of their faculties. If someone has such a severe developmental disability that they are never judged to have like that faculty, right, then it's whoever has kind of the legal care over them, the legal like, you know, when we're talking about like a doctor making that decision, like, and this is in relation to the global pandemic, it is eugenics. Like, it is genocide against the disabled to put out a call, right? This is what is being brought to light here, is the revelation that there's sort of a message from higher up that's like, people like, we're just talking about people with like very disabling like autism. We're not talking about people who inherently have like a you know, a lower chance of surviving. They have like a breathing difficulty to begin with, some sort of stuff like this. We're talking about people who they are judging to have a lower quality of life. In other words, to have a life that is worth less than neurotypical people. That is literally eugenics. Like, that is just so definitionally genocide against the disabled. That is eugenics. Like, you can't... It's not about, like... It's not about, like, a fringe case about, like, weighing up, like, someone... You know, some extreme where someone has, like, a pre-existing condition that makes their chances of surviving COVID lower or blah, blah, blah. Or, on the other hand, like, someone who's mostly healthy. It's not about weighing up this stuff. It's about the bulk of it, right? The decision here that we're talking about is a decision on a systemic level for doctors to not resuscitate people with disabilities. And that's a decision based on the idea, again, that their lives are literally worth less than other people's lives. And if you want to understand why that decision would be taken, okay, it's not about human happiness. It's not about those people enjoying their lives. It's about neurotypical and able-bodied people being productive work units. It's an ideological decision. Disabled people are devalued in society and treated like shit and constantly asked to prove and reprove their disabilities in order to get the basic necessities they need to live, because society views them as inherently deadweight and a burden and a bad thing. Okay? It's not a decision about their right to life compared to someone else. It's a decision about their usefulness to society, and that is fucked and despicable. Okay. Loving the background juice drinking. Yep. The problem with pity masquerading as empathy is that it quickly transforms into this kind of mentality of their life is less worth fighting for. Yeah, exactly. That's a very good description. Yeah. Wasn't the how can you be useful to us? Incredibly infuriating. Eugenics goes hand in hand with capitalism and fascism because guess what? All three ideologies have in common. Yeah, it's so. So that's a good example, right? The Holocaust, Nazi Germany, eugenics, capitalism. Nazi Germany was all about expansion, right? Because it had this imperialist mindset that was based on capitalism. Capitalism, taken to like a global or international anyway scale, demands this kind of imperialism. Like, you see this with Cecil Rhodes, like being a massive capitalist and talking about like the opportunities for capitalism in colonizing places. Dude owned two nations, right? Nazism was so historically situated. There was this massive crash, right? And then, in order to make up for it, Hitler borrowed tons of money. And then to make that money back, to be able to survive it, right, Germany needed to suddenly have a ton of money. They needed to suddenly be wealthy. So what did they do? They scapegoated a racial minority, and then they stole everything from them. And look, we got a bunch of money, we can pay it back. But then they needed to keep being able to pay it back because the loans were huge and they had regular payments, right? They had a relationship to, I think it was mainly American banks. And so this is where you get the imperialism of Nazi Germany. This is where you get the Lebensraum. This is where you get the annexation of Austria, right? Because they needed to start growing rapidly and increasing their GDP by colonizing land around them because they needed to pay back these loans, okay? And that's why, like, productivity and, like, the discipline and hard work in, like, Nazi citizenry was such a, like, deeply drilled in part of the culture, right? And that's why the first people to die in the Holocaust were the disabled. It's the same fucking thing. It's just the same fucking thing. Like, they tested the gas on the disabled first. Like, it's the same fucking thing. So, there you go. Sorry if that was a bit dark. Just, you know, you're asking about killing disabled people. It's a dark question.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything to add to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Just agreeing with it.
Okay. Like I said, look, it's... Oh, hey, Lady Night the Brave. Someone Jewish comes into chat, which is why I'm doing this. Look. They needed this growth, right? This is the tie between, as Tony pointed out, right? Between eugenics, fascism, capitalism, right? They needed the growth because they'd taken these huge loans. The first thing that you needed to do, as I say, was scapegoat this racial minority. They stole everything off them. And then they were able to use that to start paying those loans. Then there was the annexation, right? And then there's like, they need to just get rid of these people that they've created this huge political scapegoat for, and they've also blamed them, and their whole ideology revolves around the idea of eliminating them from the world, right? So they need to follow through on that. And then the testing ground for that is the disabled, right? The two things you're always going to see are with these cruel ideologies, these horrific ideologies, right, are the people viewed as the most despicable and the most useless. These are the two different axes, two different extremes. Okay, the disabled and the people considered sexually deviant. Okay, now this one's a bit of a hard conversation because it's about sex offenders. Okay, and it's in no way defending or condoning or letting off or making any apologia for people who, do horrible things. Let's just leave it there. Let's not get, okay. It's in no way making any kind of apology for them. However, the language that is used around those people to do with the punitive criminal justice system and what can be done to them is always a precursor to what could be done to the other people scapegoated as problems and seen as despicable through the same lens. Okay? So it's sex offenders, okay? And then it's bringing in laws that make it a sex offense for someone to use the wrong bathroom. Okay? You see how this goes? In the same way, the disabled are seen as the most useless in society. So when there's a program that needs to simultaneously, it needs to make up a reason, right, make a scapegoat, and follow through on how much it detests this group of people, okay, like Nazi Germany. And it also has some kind of economic needs, right? So let's take, for example, the UK response to the pandemic, okay? the testing is being done on the disabled. And then you're scapegoating other people, right? And it's like you're scapegoating groups, right? And then you're talking about the NHS is so overburdened with immigrants. Say this, right? This is a hypothetical, but it's not that hypothetical. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? It's like we're so overburdened. Our pandemic response is so bad, not because our country is run by incompetent fascist dogshit pieces of garbage, but because it's so overburdened with all these immigrants. And this is very popular rhetoric already, right? The NHS overburdened with immigrants. It's genuinely a huge talking point in Britain in our far right politics, which, by the way, is our central politics because we are an incredibly fascist country. Anyway, sorry, it's fucking true. Then this scapegoating that the NHS strain isn't because of privatization. It's not because the Tories deliberately picking the NHS apart. It's because of overburdening of these immigrants. So people should be racially excluded from the NHS. That's their next, that could be their next step. Again, it's testing it with the disabled. It's testing. It's always testing, and you always have to see it this way. And that's why I say, same thing with sex offenders. That's why I got so upset before when I saw that people are pushing, like even Labour MPs are pushing to close the deed poll loophole, right? This is this thing in the UK where sex offenders who move to a new area, they have to report to the police that they've done that. Sex offenders that get a new job, they have to report to the police that they've done that. If they're on the sex offenders registry, those are things you have to do. If they change their name, they have to tell the police within 3 days or they're in criminal violation and they could serve jail time again, all right? Already. But you don't have to officially register with any government body to have a deed poll to change your name. But again, if you're a sex offender, you do have to tell the police or you're in criminal violation. So there is no actual loophole, but there's this fear-mongering about these people, and it's like less than 1,000 people total who have dropped off of the police's radar, right? And some of them, it's assumed that they've changed their names, or they must have done to have dropped off the radar, or some, so on, right? So it's about, they've got to close the deed poll loophole. So then it's a move to make only enrolled deed polls valid, so that you have to register, you have to publish your old name, your new name, and your address in a public paper to change your name, right? You can see how that move would immediately endanger the fucking lives of trans people in Britain enormously, like so fucking much. Okay? But that's something that's being pushed through on the grounds of policing sex offenders. Do you see my point? Do you see my exact point? Right? This is language about policing sex offenders, so no one's going to oppose it. Because why would you oppose policing sex offenders? Right?
Is this similar at all into the way that we police and treat people who are convicted of murder and those who are rallying against abortion?
How do you mean?
So, for instance, there's a lot of, at least, I don't know, maybe this isn't as much a thing in the UK as it is in the US, but in the US, there's a huge amount of talk around the way that, just in general, because we have just so many incarcerated people. There's these incredible justifications for punishing murderers and justifying the terrible living situation that we put them in.
Right.
And then, at least in the U.S., it seems to sometimes be linked to abortion, because to the evangelicals, abortion is murder.
Mm-hmm.
You get these people who get away with or sort of advocate for treating people who
Yeah.
want to get an abortion or
Yeah.
who do get an abortion.
Yeah.
In a similar way to the way that they treat murderers.
So this is exactly the kind of thing what I'm talking about, where if you're not plugged in to what's going on in the legal system, the changes that are being made politically, the trap can swing shot on you. This is the point I was making before about the idea that they make changes that are to do with how sex offenders are treated, right? And then if they introduced a law that made it a sex offense to use the wrong bathroom, right? Then you're then putting a lot of trans people on sex offenders registry and can treat them however you want. I think that's a much more comparable thing. It's like, make all these changes to how you treat murderers. No one's going to oppose that. That's murderers. They're the worst people. Then you define abortion as murder. Yeah. What do you want to say?
I wanted to say that, like, it's the deed poll, the thing that the government suggested that it would do in making people enroll their deed polls to be like legally usable, is practically extremely scary for trans people.
Yeah.
But that Labour MP's proposal was not to do that. Her proposal was that specifically sex offenders would not be allowed to change their names at all.
Right.
And she was sharing, like, retweeting people specifically fear-mongering around sex offenders changing their names and gender. So
yeah,
then,
she literally was sharing this, that like sex offenders are getting away with being sex offenders by changing their gender. Yeah.
Right, and this is a Labour MP.
Yep.
And so then the really scary thing is, just like with Shamima Begum,
yeah,
then you create this...
Oh, I'll talk about Shamima Begum next. That's a really good case.
Right. Like, you've created this, using this indefensible group of people.
Yeah.
You have suddenly been able to establish that you need permission from the government to be trans.
Yeah. This is Foucault's stuff.
Conditional and revocable.
Yeah. All this
just
stuff,
like Shamima Begum's citizenship.
all this stuff that I'm saying about, all this stuff that we're saying about, like, people who are the indefensible group. That's Foucault. Like, that's what Foucault is writing about all the time. Like, is about, like, how people who are considered an indefensible or whatever, the fringe in whatever way, are treated, and the implications that it has on the rest of society, and how it's so often the place that governments use to, like, play around with, move their laws around on the justification of treating certain people certain ways.
Right, and then you've created a situation where people
there's
are being told that if they
reason
can prove that someone is bad enough, they don't deserve to be, like, respected as trans.
There's a reason the guy called everything a prison. He's literally, like, all about, like, how punitive justice is put in. All right, go on, get out of here, go on. Get. So Shamima Begum was a young woman. I mean, a girl, 18, who.
She was 15 when she left.
I'm saying she was 18 when she came back, right? So she was a child. She joined ISIS, and then she realized how fucked it was. But she'd had a baby with one of the men there. And then she tried to come back, and the UK government wouldn't let her in. And they denied her citizenship to the only country she had citizenship of, right? They made her a stateless person, right? Which is a denial of human rights. Like, that's really, really, really fucked, right? And it's exactly... And I've had trouble talking with people, like family members. I've had trouble talking with people about this case because she's a terrorist, right? That's the kind of thing I mean. That's just exactly the kind of thing I mean, right? And I made a comparison in a video between her and, like, there's like this like working class, like, white supremacist dude, and it's like the same thing. Like, you just take this character, and this is why I do so much work talking about monsters, right? This is why I'm doing this series, Monster Man. My next video is episode 2 of that series. This is why I'm thinking about monsters all the time. Because when you create a monster, you do it for a reason. That's my point. Anyway, so that's what's going on. And that's why it's really fucked to have doctors decide not to resuscitate disabled people. That's really fucked, and you shouldn't tolerate it. Sorry to go off on you there. If that was if you felt like you were asking a harmless question. But no, you should absolutely not tolerate that. It is fucked, and it's the precursor to some of the greatest crimes humanity has ever committed. Yay!
Well, surely... No, I'm not gonna follow. I'm not. This is too dark. I'm gonna let this one pass off.
You know what's not one of... I'm literally doing like Robert Evans' bit. I've been listening to a lot of Behind the Bastards pod. It's really good. You know what's not the greatest crime humanity's ever committed? My Bonfire t-shirt and jumper with my channel icon. There it is. You can get that on a little jumper. Oh, all right.
That's awesome. I forgot about this.
Yeah, it's only got a few days left for this batch, actually. So if anybody wants to get in now, because I might wait a little while before doing another batch of them. So you should go. Wait, what? What? I think someone's saying fuck off with your libertarian bullshit. What's going on here?
And a premium unisex tee.
Whoa.
That's really the question you have to ask yourself, dear viewer.
Absolutely. I completely agree. I've missed some conversation in chat here. So, human rights have to be universal or they are useless. Okay, so rights is an interesting discussion. I wonder if we should do that as a politics stream conversation, because rights are a really interesting thing. I was actually talking to somebody on Twitter about this earlier today. Oh, Thierry Baudet 020 is a libertarian. Oh, that's silly. Being a libertarian, silly. Rights is an interesting thing. Okay, speaking of libertarians, a libertarian kind of catchphrase is like, governments don't give you rights, and it's true. The concept of a right, the concept of human rights, is in many ways a government tool, a government technology of like equalization, where like if you enshrine things as a right, you can be declaring tacitly that things that are not enshrined as rights, right, don't get that protection. So then people are pushing like really, really hard. Oh, pardon me. People are pushing really, really hard to try and make it so that they get these rights or these rights or these rights or these rights, right? But it's like, you're pushing for what exactly, right? Because like, huge civil rights push in America in 1960s and earlier, obviously. But like, the bill signed in 1964, it's been widely observed that those rights have not been really met. In the meantime, Malcolm X said in his autobiography that he realized that what they should have been pushing for were human rights, not civil rights. But I would go a step further, I would go a step further and say it's a more complicated thing than that, and like that maybe the concept of rights at all is like kind of fucked. Anyway. It could be an interesting discussion to have. I'm not sure I have the take right now. So I'm gonna wrap it up for today. We've got Poland and South Africa, two places we're going to visit politically, perhaps in the next stream. Possibly, I don't know. We'll see. I'll think that one over. I will make a thread. I'll make a tweet as I did last time on Twitter, and you can all reply with your ideas for what we should talk about, and if I like them, I'll check them out. And I hope you all enjoyed that. And once again, if you didn't catch the whole Bill Gates section, I really think it's one of the best sections we've done so far, and I feel like we covered a lot of really important stuff. So I'd advise going back and checking that out. It'll be on the archive channel as usual. If you're watching on the archive channel and you're just getting to the end of the video now, hello and goodbye.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool of you to do that.
Hi there. Hello.
Make
when
sure
you're
you
doing the
subscribe, and hit the bell.
I don't care about any of those things. It's my backup channel, but I would like you to go to patreon.com/CurioVids and support me there, because it's the hub of everything I do. It pays for my channel, it pays for my streaming, it pays for my time spent doing game dev stuff, for future podcasting when I start doing that. It pays for so much stuff. It pays for all the stuff I do. It's very cool, and I'm very excited about it. And speaking of podcasting, I'm going to start doing a tabletop podcast soon. Starting with a campaign in Vampire the Masquerade, and I'm really excited about it. I've been planning out the politics of the world. I've got 2 of the clans written so far, but there's a lot more to do.
Oh, nice. Are you going with just all custom clans then?
No, I mean that I've written what 2 of the clans are up to so far, what their current positioning is.
All right. I don't really understand Vampire the Masquerade. But that sounds cool.
Cool. Goblin Breakfast says, these streams are amazing, honestly. I'm really glad you're liking them. I just want to share some political education with people, because when I check in with people, I do see that they have a little bit of a lacking understanding sometimes. It's like I said before, I do stuff like I did that poll. I asked people what's more powerful, corporations or nations, and half of people are saying it's corporations. I'm like, okay, we need some political education going on here. Anyway, check out patreon.com/CurioVids. Check out patreon.com/that_Jess. Am I getting that right?
No, it's just that, Jess.
Fuck!
I only have the underscore on twitch.tv because twitch.tv is a bad platform. And that's why you, the person listening to this on youtube.com, you're the only person I care about. This is all for you.
Check out CurioVids or that Jess on patreon.com. And but what if they wanted to check out both of us together doing something together? What would they do then?
Together?
Yeah, if they were like, that's cool, I like Sophie and I like Jess, but I just what I really like, I've been watching this politics stream, and what I really like is when they're together doing stuff together. What could they do then?
Well, there's a lot of things that you could do.
That's true. We actually do a lot of stuff.
You could watch the Among Us stream.
That's true. But I'm specifically talking about. I'm specifically talking about.
Tune in 2 weeks from now.
Hell yeah.
Do another politics stream.
That's true too.
Or. What else is there?
I'm talking about Rolling with Rainbows.
What else could there be? Rolling with Rainbows.
Here we go.
That's right.
An upcoming series. Jess, tell us a little about it.
It is a series aimed at. I need to actually dedicate to memorizing the series pitch.
Right.
It's a series dedicated to
inclusive tabletop playing, I think is the quickest way of saying it, right?
It's a series about making tabletop role-playing games fun, inclusive, and a different word that I forgot for your queer players.
Nice.
So it's a series of advice for people who are interested in tabletop role-playing games.
Nice.
About how you can make your game better in general, and it's coming from a queer perspective, explaining if you are interested in how do I put queer topics into my games? How medieval fantasy, how can queer people be in medieval fantasy?
We have some good answers.
That's actually not. They're not contradictory, and we're gonna tell you why and how.
Hell yeah. I'm pumped.
The name of the series is Rolling with Rainbows.
And that will also
So-
be out in a couple of weeks. I'm putting a little deadline on Jess to pressure her into AM.
Right.
I'm saying it publicly.
Absolutely. It is the number one thing that I'm working on right now. I've been having a little bit of trouble getting it done, but
Yeah.
that's just how life is sometimes.
Hey, I've been having trouble getting my writing done. It's fine. Anyway, Rolling with Rainbows, it's going to be a really cool series, and we're already planning some more episodes as well. You know, episode 2 is going to be Fight the System.
Yes, absolutely.
Episodes
As
2 is
well
when we get
as
Punk.
There's a releasing alongside the series, the first episode of it is going to be a supplement.
Yeah.
That's going to detail the exact advice and template that we go over in the first episode about
Yeah.
how to create deep and diverse queer characters. And there's also a Discord server that you can join.
Oh, yeah.
That if you
I'll add
are
that as a
interested in
command on
tabletop
here.
role-playing games,
I'll add that as a command on here soon. I'll do that after this stream anyway. Sorry. Yeah.
yeah, if you're interested in tabletop role-playing games and this sounds interesting to you, you can join the Discord server where there are other people interested in tabletop role-playing games and making them like safe and inclusive for all the players.
But
So
joining
it's
the
really
joining
good
the
space.
server does make you Antifa, and you should be warned.
Right. The server name is going to change as soon as I get together because it has multiple communities in it.
Yeah.
But for right now, what you want to look for is Rolling with Rainbows.
Yeah.
Join that community.
Yeah.
You'll see other people interested in running tabletop role-playing games with you. A couple of games already going on in the server right now. It's been a way, as well as all the stuff, everything are going to be collected. So if you're looking for those, they'll be in the Discord as well.
Hell yeah. Okay, well, we're going to wrap it up for today. Like I said, I'll drop a tweet asking for topic suggestions. So drop them there if you have any ideas, and we'll talk about them in a couple of weeks. And I'll also do an announcement tweet saying what topics when I've decided on all 3 of them, what's going to be coming up. Streaming schedule coming up is on tomorrow. I'm going to be reading through The Dark Knight Returns, Frank Miller's incredibly fascist Batman comic, and it's going to be a heck of a time because a lot of people like that book, but I'm going to be explaining why it's really bad. And then on Wednesday, I'm going to be playing some Observer. When I finish with Observer, I'm actually going to replay Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines in preparation for me playing Vampire the Masquerade, so I'm very excited about that. And Friday, as always, is the post-stream. So, patreon.com/CurioVids, patreon.com/ThatJess, and we'll see you around. Bye!